The House will come to order. This morning, the pledge will be led by Briley Palm from Bolivia Elementary. She is from Bolivia, North Carolina. She's the niece of Majority Leader Danea Escar. Come on up.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
I'm here. I'm in the way. You can go. Okay.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabile. Bacon. Representative Bacon's excused. Baisley. Benavidez. Burnett. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Representative Bockenfeld is excused. Basenecker. Bradfield. Caraveo. Representative Caraveo is excused. Carver. Catlin. Oh, hi, sorry. Cutter.
Present.
Doherty. Duran. Esgar. Exum. Froelich. Geithner. Representative Geithner's excused. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Gray. Hanks. Okay. Hanks is excused. Herod. Representative Herod's excused. Holtorf. Hooton. Judah. Hey. Kip. Oh, I missed Kennedy. Sorry, Kennedy. Kip Larson. Lindsay. Fontaine. Luck. Representative Luck is excused. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. McKean. McLaughlin. Michelson, Janae. Mullica. Rep. Mullica is excused. Neville. Ortiz. Pelton. Pico is
Here.
on the wall. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Representative Tipper is excused. Titone. Valdez A. Representative Valdez A is excused. Valdez D. Van Beber. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Representative Woodrow is excused. Woog. Young. And Mr. Speaker. Morning.
With 56 present, 9 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Burnett.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Journal of Wednesday, April 20th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. It's pretty good. All those opposed, no. It's pretty clear that the ayes have it and the motion's approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just a reminder, Essential Drive to benefit Urban Peak ends tomorrow evening. End of business. Please bring in clothing, shoes, unopened toiletries, and cleaning supplies to drop off in Senate Room 248.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee will meet upon adjournment. In room 107, the order of bills is a little different than what's printed in your calendar. We will hear HB 22-1382 first, then HB 22-1379 second, and last, Senate Bill 22028. Thank you.
Let's go to Representative Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. I just want to announce that today, Religious Freedom Day is returning live to the Capitol after a 2-year hiatus. So it's going to be this morning, Thursday, at 11 a.m. in the West Foyer.
Are you sporting?
By prohibiting the state establishment of religion, our U.S. Constitution created an environment where all religious viewpoints can thrive. This morning, we'll get to celebrate the freedom to worship or not, as we please, at Religious Freedom Day. 4 very diverse faith leaders give us practical insights on religion as a healing force in our community. And this event is being organized by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and it will feature Governor Polis and speakers and prayers from Muslim, Jewish, Christian, and Sikh faiths. And the topic is especially timely for those of us in public service: religion as a healing force in our community. I'm sad I can't be there to join it, and I hope you all stop by and check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cutter. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education Committee, take a look at the calendar. We're following that today. We're going to have a long day. We're going to probably start at about 3 o'clock, so just be aware of what time we're ending and starting today. Thanks.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you today.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, sir. Members, thank you. Today's a special day for the town of Montrose and the 58th District. What we do over there is we try very hard to build our bench and make it look something like maybe what the future could look like. And one way we do that is an organization called Montrose Leadership University. What happens with that is people decide that they want to apply to that, they're picked, and then they're taught all of the things about leadership in that community, from the water that we have all the way to the institutions that have made Montrose great. And I want you to know Montrose has been great, and it still is, and it's on its way to an even brighter future. And one of the reasons for that brighter future are sitting here today with me as guests from Montrose. If I could get them to stand up and wave at you and let you know which ones they are. Thank you. That's a special group of people, and there's another 12 over at the Senate. So we've got a pretty good bench. But take a look at those people. You're going to be seeing them sooner or later. Now, on a serious note, one of the things I wanted to mention is that Montrose had a tragedy yesterday. An explosion happened in an oxygen and welding supply building. 4 people were injured seriously. 1 is in critical condition. But these are the kind of things that happen to communities. They've happened to yours, they've happened to ours. But one of the things about places like Montrose, they've pulled together already. The wildfire team came to help that fight, not just the Montrose Air Fire Department, but outside areas came to help too. One of the things about people that live out in the country, they help one another, they stand with one another, and right now we're in the process of starting to heal. Thank you for your attention and thank you for standing. Please keep those people in your prayers, and if you see this group of people, shake their hand, get to know them, because they'll be back. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Energy and Environment, we will be meeting on adjournment of adjournment committees, or 3 p.m. Plan around then. Stay tuned, and if anything changes, we'll let you know.
Representative Kennedy.
Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Representative.
And we will be in 271 Old State Library today, Energy and Environment.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will meet upon adjournment in LSBA to hear Senate Bills 184 and 144.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, if it is Thursday, it is Finance. Today, we will be meeting upon adjournment in Committee Room 112. We will be going a little bit out of order than what's in the printed calendar. The first bill that we will be hearing is House Bill 1359, followed by House Bill 1351, then concluding the hearing with House Bill 1166.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor Committee, we are meeting upon adjournment of the morning committees. When they meet, should be around 3 o'clock. We will be hearing House Bill 1314, Senate Bill 194, and House Bill 1385.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Will.
I want to let Rep. Catlin know that I just polled his people over there, and they're pretty proud of their representative, as we all are. So thank you, Rep. Catlin. I just wanted to bring up, we're going to have a resolution later today, but I wanted to remind everyone today, Sportsman's Day at the Capitol, hot dogs, hamburgers, Rocky Mountain oysters out here on the east side. So everyone, please join us.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Minority
Folks,
Leader
I would really like to highlight a couple of people on the side over here because in honor of Sportsman's Day, we're going to have a bill signing out on the east side of the Capitol. And we're going to sign the bill that brings hunter education back to 7th grade. And part of the reason why we're doing that is because it opens up a world of connection to the life we have in Colorado and the wilderness we have in Colorado and the wildlife that we manage through hunting. And two individuals over here came and were instrumental in getting the attention of committee. So I'd like to introduce to you two Boy Scouts on the side here. We have Hudson Mendez and Griffin Mendez. Boys, if you can stand, please welcome them. I don't know how many badges you can get for actually making law, but you ought to get all those badges. Thank you, boys.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to note on Sportsman Day today that former Representative Jim Wilson is outside just getting stuff prepared. I don't think he's in the room right now. I didn't even come in here. But if you know him, then you know him as a man of exemplary character and friendship, and you should go say hi. If you don't know him because you weren't here and didn't get the chance to serve with him, then go meet him, but go find Jim Wilson. I got to talk to him for a while this morning. I'm going to talk to him later today, but trust me, there's nothing you can do better. There he is. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, there's not a finer human I've ever served with than Jim Wilson, and so there's a lot of good to get from just spending some time in conversation with him. So thank you.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too have some introductions. I've got my amazing family here from North Carolina visiting. You saw my niece Briley up there, but also over here we have my brother Josh and my sister-in-law Erin. Thank you for being here and welcome to Colorado again.
Representative Van Winkle. Members, we have a tribute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the whole Douglas County delegation's here today for a tribute to the partnership of Douglas County governments and the 20th anniversary. Mr. Schiebel.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives convened in the 73rd General Assembly hereby celebrates the 20th anniversary of the partnership of Douglas County governments. The partnership of Douglas County governments was established in 2002, and today we celebrate its 20th anniversary. The partnership represents nearly 380,000 Douglas County residents acting in the public interest and focusing on the greater good of Douglas County. This nationally recognized model of collaborative statesmanship realizes that the mark of its political maturity is the way it has successfully sidelined individual agendas in the interest of working collaboratively on issues, projects, and programs countywide. Their collaborative success includes housing, mental and behavioral health, transportation, public safety, open space, and recreation initiatives. In the 20 years since it was founded, the partnership has accomplished so much for Douglas County and is a model for how all Colorado County partnerships should operate. The Colorado General Assembly hereby recognizes the year 2022 as the 20th anniversary of the partnership of Douglas County governments, congratulates the organization on its accomplishments, and wishes them well as they take on their next decade of service to the residents and taxpayers of Douglas County. On request of Representatives Kevin Van Winkle, Patrick Neville, Kim Ransom, and Mark Baisley, given this 21st day of April 2022, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have members, please be seated, first of all. But I would like to add one thing, that Douglas County is the very best place in the world to live, work, raise a family, and retire. And it's not a mistake, it's not just luck, but strong yet humble leaders who work together and unselfishly put the hardworking taxpayers, families, and our elders above personal motives to ensure that Douglas County is growing and growing wisely. So we have some of our great leaders from Douglas County here today, starting on the bench over here. And if you could stand when I say your name and just wave. Douglas County Commissioner George Teal, Douglas County Commissioner Laura Thomas, Douglas County Commissioner Abe Layden, Mayor of Castle Pines Tracy Ingerman, Mayor of Lone Tree Jackie Millay, the Board of Education President Mike Peterson, and the Highlands Ranch Metro District Board Chair Mark Dickerson. Welcome.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for those of you that aren't blessed enough to live in Douglas County, I just want to let you know that when I even before I was elected, I knew that this group, this partnership of Douglas County governments existed. But then, of course, when I was elected, then I became a part of it. And I'm invited to these quarterly meetings where we get updates from all of the people that you just heard introduced to you. So, as you know, many of the issues that we hear from constituents are not things that we address on a state level. They're done on a local government level. But the fact that I know every one of those people on that bench, they have my cell phone. I think I have most of their cell numbers as well. We actually collaborate in a very real way to help our constituents. I would encourage those of you that do not have this equivalent in your counties to please try to get something like this started. When you are meeting with members of your locally elected school board, when you are meeting with your county commissioners, with the mayors and town councils of the towns and cities in your districts, there is such an ability for you to hear what is happening on that local level. Remember, government works best when it works closest to the people. And for us here at the Capitol, under the dome, there are certain things, of course, that we can do. But we really do best, I think, when we make sure that the people most local to our constituents are actually making the biggest decisions. So with that, I want to thank from the bottom of my heart every one of the people that are up there. I know you know how to get me anytime. I just want to make sure that you know how blessed the people of Douglas County are to have this collaboration where all of us and all of you work very hard to address the needs and protect the rights of the citizens of Douglas County. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. Representative Beasley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, 35 years ago it was, as I'm doing the math, that Martin Marietta approached me about moving out to Colorado, offering me a job, and they told me about, I remember my boss for the first few years said, and you've got to live in this neighborhood, in this community right next to the rocket factory at Douglas County. And so we moved into that. In fact, my wife demanded that I take that job because she wanted the heck out of Southern California, as was not a great place. But so we raised our kids there. And it's been a phenomenal community. It remains a phenomenal community. 3 of my 4 kids and grandkids still live in Douglas County, and it's an awesome place. And we appreciate all of you that keep it that wonderful and keep that community tight. And we have a purpose, and you guys are living that purpose. Thank you for being here this morning.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we often refer to Douglas County as the Promised Land. And so I just want to say it's good to have some more of that Promised Land here with us today. So thank you for being here.
Very good. Welcome to the chamber. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you, members. Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise here today, just want to thank all our firefighters and first responders. There was a massive fire in Monte Vista yesterday that took out more than 10 houses and structures. As I called the chief and the mayor this morning, I just want to thank that there was no loss of life and everybody was safe, but also there are some displaced families at this time. Please keep your thoughts and prayers. And also, as conditions do not look good out there, there's a lot of fuel out there. Make sure you're responsible, but also if you do see something, call it in right away. And I just want to thank also the firefighters once again from utilizing helicopter to tankers on the ground to vehicles, equipment, but everybody was safe. So with that, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative D. Valdez. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering, I know Douglas County is a great place to live, but is that appropriate to call a division when someone calls that out if we have a different opinion?
I do think that is very appropriate, Representative Will.
So, and I know most everyone on this House floor, and it's been said to me, and I appreciate it. It kind of hits me in the heart. But they say when I sing, the angels rejoice, and so I would like to have the Capitol Choir join me down here, please.
Come on down.
We have a
Capitol
birthday
Choir
to celebrate. Lynch? Representative Lynch. It's Representative Mike Lynch's birthday today, and I know he's really proud of me for doing this, so you're welcome.
Who is it?
Mike Lynch.
Oh, Representative Lynch.
Bird. Here, right here.
You got the voice. You got the voice.
Look at his face. You're welcome. Okay.
All right, ready? A 1 and a 2 and a 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Representative Lynch. Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Rep. Lynch. May the dear Lord bless you.
Happy birthday, Representative Lynch. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were some comments made at the well this morning that I really needed to come down and kind of try and straighten that out. Douglas County comes down and says that they're the best place in the state of Colorado to live, and that they've got the best, they've got everything together, and they're really on top of everything. Okay, they can make that claim, but I want you to know that the number one place to live in the state of Colorado is the 58th district, and those people from Montrose can verify it. So if you have any questions, make sure and ask them. The 58th district is the best district in the state of Colorado.
If all the members could come down and talk about how special their districts are. Representative Luck and Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you may or may not be aware that today is National Kindergarten Day. And we all know how important kindergarten is to forming a solid foundation for our kids. But a number of the lessons we learn in kindergarten, we really should carry through in our normal lives. And but some of them we forget about, and some of them we dispense with. So in honor, Mr. Speaker, of National Kindergarten Day, I move to postpone all afternoon committees until every member of the chamber has an opportunity to take a nap and have recess.
I second the motion.
That is, we have a lot of energy this morning. That is a fair request. I don't believe that motion's in order, but thanks very much. But it's a fair motion to bring up on National Kindergarten Day. Representative Bacon.
I will withdraw the motion, but I hope we all remember that everything you needed to learn about life you learned in kindergarten. And I hope we can remember that today, and then the next very long 3 weeks, we may renew the motion to take a midday nap and have recess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Representative Gray.
I don't normally come down on other people's announcement and introductions, but I will note that the curliest hair of any kindergartner in the state belongs to my son, Theo, who is not here today, but will be here next Thursday. So just get ready, everybody, and happy Kindergarten Day.
Okay, I really hope there's no more announcements and introductions. Seeing none, Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1017.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1017. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the House Joint Resolution 1017.
House Joint Resolution 1017 by Representatives Will and Hooten, also Senator Heisey, concerning the Colorado Legislative Sportsman's Caucus and in connection therewith designating April 21st, 2022 Sportsman's Day.
Hold on one sec, Representative Will. I think we're looking for your sponsor. Yeah, maybe we can get started. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the resolution be read at length.
Why don't you move it and then ask for that?
Yes, I move House Resolution 1007.
I think it's 1017.
1017, excuse me.
House Joint Resolution 1017 is properly moved, and it's been asked to be read at length. Mr. Schiebel.
Whereas more than a century ago, hunters and anglers were among the first conservationists who realized America's natural resources were in peril and cannot sustain unregulated harvests and habitat destruction. And whereas hunters and anglers took it upon themselves to support laws that stopped excessive harvesting of fish and wildlife, established game and fish agencies to protect fish and wildlife and their habitats, and established special fishing and hunting license fees to help fund efforts to provide healthy natural resources for future generations. And whereas upon realizing that license fees alone were sufficient enough to restore and sustain healthy fish and wildlife populations, hunters and anglers supported excise taxes on firearms, ammunition, and archery, hunting, and fishing equipment to raise additional funds to support the restoration and enhancement efforts of state agencies. And whereas this user pay public benefit system became known as the United States Fish and Wildlife Services Wildlife and Sport Fish Restoration Program, that began with the passage of the Pittman-Robertson Federal Aid and Wildlife Restoration Act in 1937, which was bolstered with the passage of the Federal Aid and Sport Fish Restoration Act of 1950 and further expanded with the passage of the Wallet-Brough Amendments to the 1950 Act in 1984. And whereas today, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is funded in part by sportsmen and women throughout the American system of conservation funding, and this user pay public benefit system is still widely recognized as the most successful model for funding fish and wildlife management in the world. And whereas in 2021, Colorado's sportsmen and women generated over $133 million through this system to support the conservation efforts of Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And whereas Colorado's more than 1.2 million hunters and anglers contribute more than $3.2 billion in statewide economic output per year while engaged in their pursuits, which supports over 25,000 jobs and generates around $187 million in state and local taxes. And whereas their stated mission of the Colorado Legislative Sportsman Caucus, a nonpartisan caucus formed in 2002 by the 63rd General Assembly, is to preserve and promote the traditional rights of American citizens to hunt, fish, and pursue outdoor activities, ensure the Americans, sportsmen and women, have reasonable access to public lands to enjoy outdoor pursuits, protect the investment of sportsmen and women in wildlife and fisheries management by safeguarding the integrity of user fee trust funds, support efforts to enhance multiple use habitat management for wildlife and fisheries, recognize the importance of hunting, fishing, and other outdoor activities to our nation's economy, support the maintenance and growth of outdoor-related industries and activities, and work as a collaborative partner with the agricultural community in providing and protecting wildlife habitats. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that the General Assembly urges its members to join the Colorado Legislative Sportsmen's Caucus, that the General Assembly urges Colorado's institutions, both public and private, to work with the Colorado Legislative Sportsman Caucus as it strives to assist sportsmen and women to uphold their critical role in maintaining an economically vibrant and environmentally healthy Colorado. And that the Colorado General Assembly hereby declares Thursday, April 21st, 2022 to be Sportsman's Day in recognition of the sportsmen and women of Colorado and in honor of their many contributions to conservation across the Centennial State.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Representative Will.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some honored guests over here on the side that I would like to introduce. We have Justin Davis from Rocky Mountain Bighorn Sheep Society. Luke Weedle from Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Ellery Tucker Williams from Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. She's Edie and I's boss. So, and you know, Wes Mendez and his two sons, Griffin and Hudson, were already announced, but let's give them a big hand. The youth, that's our future standing right there, and we're so proud of you young boys. Thank you. And we have Pat Dorsey from the National Wild Turkey Federation. And Dan Gates for Coloradans for responsible wildlife management. Thank you. This is quite an honor for Colorado. I'll tell you. I don't know, but I'm pretty darn sure. We've never had Miss Rodeo America and Miss Rodeo Colorado from the same state here. Would you please stand? Ashley Bowers, Miss Rodeo Colorado. You might wave there. Actually, they tell you apart there. Haley Fredrickson was our previous Miss Rodeo Colorado, now Miss Rodeo America. I couldn't be prouder. And I'll start with Haley Fredrickson, Miss Rodeo America. But Haley was crowned Miss Rodeo America in 2022 at the South Point Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. With family roots in ranching, Haley is a first-generation college graduate from the Colorado State University, where she earned a Bachelor of Science degree in animal science with a minor in agribusiness. Following her reign as Miss Rodeo America, she plans to obtain a master's in agricultural communications and use her ambition and passion to continue her work as an ag advocate. So prior to being selected as Miss Rodeo America in 2022, the 24-year-old daughter of Trevin and Megan Fredrickson represented the Centennial State as Miss Rodeo Colorado in 2020 and 21. Haley enjoys team roping, yes, and next to her dad, and dancing, spending time with her family, both in and out of the arena. During her reign as official representative of the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, Haley will travel around 150,000 miles and appear at nearly 100 different rodeo performances, as well as making appearances at schools, civics groups, other special events in order to educate the public and create awareness about the sport of rodeo, its sponsors, and its opportunities. Haley will also serve as a spokesperson at a variety of promotional events and model and commercial advertisements. If you need some help, I can help you out there too. For Western clothiers, publications, sponsors, and other service providers to the Western industry. So let's give Haley a big hand. Miss Rodeo Colorado. Ashley Bowler is thrilled to be Miss Rodeo Colorado and is honored to be here today. She's a proud Colorado native and grew up in Parker, Colorado. In May of 2018, she graduated from Colorado State University. I think we have scholastic inbreeding here on our rodeo queens. So, with a Bachelor of Science degree in Equine Sciences and a minor in Business Administration and Spanish. Formerly, she worked with the American Quarter Horse Association International Department, where she assisted with the management of programs that are committed to improving the international member experience and growing the breed globally. As the first Latina Miss Rodeo Colorado, she is eager to exercise her Spanish to create stronger connections among the English and Spanish speakers alike. A city girl turned cowgirl, she can't wait to give back to the equine and agricultural industries that have fostered her personal and professional growth. Through this platform, she will showcase kindness and faith, I know that to be true of both of you, while passionately promoting and educating others about agriculture and the sport of rodeo. She also invites you to the 100th Greeley Stampede, June 23rd through July 4th. So be joyful in hope, patient in affliction, and faithful in prayer. So thank you, Miss Rodeo Colorado and Miss Rodeo America. It's such an honor to have them here. They're such great ambassadors and representatives to our state, and for sportsmen, and for ag, and for rodeo, everything across this nation. I mean, we couldn't have two better representatives for that job than those two standing right over there, and I consider them both personal friends. So, wonderful people, so proud of them.
Thank you, Representative Wolf. Representative Putin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your attention on Sportsman's Day. I want to thank our rodeo representatives here, Colorado and national. You bring a lot of glamour, yes, to this chamber, especially this time of year. So thank you very much for being here. We appreciate that. And for the representatives of the National Sportsmen's Association also for being here, Dan and Mallory and the rest of you. We look forward to our lunch and our barbecue today. Members, I'll tell you what my interest is in preserving and protecting the Sportsmen's Caucus and sportsmen in Colorado. I grew up in a very rural, low-income state, Vermont, where deer hunting and duck season was incredibly important to a large majority of the residents every year, not just for the recreational aspect, but also because it absolutely put food on their table all winter and into the early spring. So I grew up with that understanding and appreciation, and in the 80s, during my 20s, I lived in Alaska, and I worked for the Alaska State Legislature, and my boss, Betty Fahrenkamp, was a big hunter and an angler, and so I learned a lot personally from her. She dressed her own meat, and she stored it, and I developed quite a bit of an appreciation for actually the talent that it takes to be able to do that. Not only to hunt successfully, but to dress your own meat. If anyone here has ever been to Alaska, you know the vast majority of them all have an extra large freezer because everyone, including obviously the indigenous people, but if you're an Alaskan, you are an indigenous hunter, and you hunt and you fish to feed yourself through very long months, very cold months, and this is the main source of nutrition when you live in an environment where there's very little vegetation. And so I respect tremendously what it takes and the American tradition of sports hunting. I also, as a member of the Capital Development Committee, we hear quite a bit from Fish and Wildlife, and they have a lot of requests from us, from the state, for their facilities, which Coloradans and Americans around the country avail themselves to in great numbers. But so much of the funding that Fish and Wildlife receive come from the sportsmen in Colorado and for the licensing fees that they pay. And that includes wildlife crossings that we all appreciate tremendously, to allow animals to move around freely in our state and safely. And it also is incredibly important that we manage wildlife populations so that one species doesn't overtake another, which happens quite easily, and sportsmen of Colorado play a tremendous role in that. And they work closely with Fish and Wildlife to make sure that the species that need management, the sportsmen are aware of, and they know the seasons in which to do that. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you, members, for your attention. I'm quite honored to be a co-sponsor of this resolution and to be the Sportsman Caucus co-chair.
Representative Will.
Please, you can sit down. This is going to take a while. You thought Edie talked a long time. I'm going to talk a long time.
Okay, you've already talked a long time.
I just want to say it is a proud day. It's a proud day for me. It's a proud day for Colorado. It's a proud day for sportsmen in Colorado and across this great nation. And I think I want to say the take-home message. Please pay attention when I say this. The take-home message today is that sportsmen pay for conservation. They have all along. You know, sometimes you think about the hunting aspect of it. There's over close to 800 species of wildlife in this state of Colorado. Sportsmen pay for all of it and pay for that conservation of that species and their habitats. It's not just the hunting, but the sportsmen that pay the fees pay for all of it. Take-home message. Sportsmen pay for conservation. I'm very proud to be I did want to mention that Representative Arndt is here today too. She's a past co-chair of the Sportsman's Caucus. She will be out there eating hot dogs and Rocky Mountain oysters with us, along with Jim Wilson. But I'm very proud to serve with you, and we have two great senators on the Senate side, Heisey and Bridges, that are also the Senate sponsors for the Sportsman's Caucus. So great day. Thanks for everyone being here, and God bless.
God bless.
Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Sportsman's Caucus chairs for bringing this forward, because this is one of my favorite days here at the Capitol. And thank you to all those in the outdoors and sportsmen for conservation, putting conservation first with preservation and education, because it's about the next generation continuing to keep Colorado wild, but also unique with more ways than one, as a hunter and a fisherman myself. So thank you, and thank you to all those for being here. Miss America and Miss Colorado, giddy up.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I grew up with my grandmother saying, if you catch it, you have to clean it. Now, that was fish, and I've been a fisherman my whole life, but then I married a hunter that we now call Boom Boom Burnett, and I didn't realize that part of the marriage contract was that I have to help him process elk. So elk is great eating, so thank you for having this resolution.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So I didn't know this, but growing up on a farm in North Missouri and leaving the house every day with a gun in your hand was sort of the precursor to what led to a life of just spending time outdoors, spending time with dear friends, but more importantly, doing the ethical job of hunting and managing wildlife. And I think that we sometimes forget that that's really our role. But I was hoping to be able to introduce my brother here today, who is the hunting editor of Outdoor Life magazine. And that's kind of what a lifetime of hunting for us produced. We're two people who live the ethic of what you do. And so to everybody that's here today, to the Wild Turkey Federation, Lord knows North Missouri is full of wild turkeys and they're pretty good eating, to Rocky Mountain elk, to Bighorn. Folks, thank you for being here, but more importantly, thank you for being our partners, our partners in what we do in Colorado, what makes Colorado home to us. So thank you again.
And members, let's keep the conversations to a minimum. We're still debating a resolution, so please direct your attention to the well. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your leadership every day in this chamber. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the most important announcement today. Please pay attention. There'll be a Rocky Mountain oyster eating contest at high noon on these steps. Perry Will and I will be there and challenge any takers. How many can you eat in a minute? So be there and let's do this.
Any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1017? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1017 is adopted. Representative Will.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that reverse roll call for the resolution.
The motion before us is to add this morning's roll call as co-sponsors. Seeing no objection, this morning's roll call will be added as co-sponsors to House Joint Resolution 1017. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders today, April 21st. And my watch died. I believe it is 9:50 on the dot. House Bill 1281, House Bill 1371, House Bill 1007, House Bill 1052, House Bill 1056, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1233, House Bill 1269, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1310, House Bill 1320, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1350, House Bill 1354, House Bill 1293, House Bill 1368, House Bill 1373, House Bill 1360, Senate Bill 79, Senate Bill 110, Senate Bill 156.
And before we move forward on that, Mr. Sheeple, please read the Appropriations Committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends following. House Bill 1007 as amended, 1052 as amended, 1056 as amended, 1146, 1220, 1233, 1269 as amended, 1284 as amended, 1290 as amended, 1310, 1320 as amended, 1325 as amended, 1350, 1354, 1356 as amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Okay, seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Majority Leader this morning, Thursday, April 21st, will be made special orders at 9:50 a.m. Representative Mobley. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Mobley will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Sheevel, please read the title. Oh. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1281 until the end of the calendar.
Okay. House Bill 1281 will be laid over till the end of the calendar. Mr. Sheevel, please read the title to House Bill 1371.
House Bill 1371 by Representatives McLaughlin and Roberts, also Senators Cook and Fields, considering removing the requirement that a peace officer be a bona fide Colorado resident.
Rep. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1371. There are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get to the bill, I would like to offer an amendment. I move L001 and ask that be displayed. Got very quiet.
Yeah.
That amendment is displayed. Rep. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment strikes the term special deputy sheriff from the bill and from statute. We heard in testimony from the La Plata County Sheriff that special deputy isn't really a term that's used. They have other ways of appointing people in temporary capacities. And also in the context of this bill, we didn't want non-post-certified or non-trained people becoming law enforcement officers. So after discussion, we decided it'd be best to just strike that term from statute. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion about Amendment L001? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. L001 is adopted. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. This bill came to me from my local sheriff and police, and they are representing all the police chiefs and sheriffs in Colorado. And a lot of this has to do with bordering towns, people who live on the borders of Colorado. In Durango, for instance, they're finding it hard to find enough sheriffs and police to fill their force because the cost of living is so high. So this gives permission to go to another state. So we have a lot of people from New Mexico where the living is a lot cheaper, and they can live in New Mexico, and as long as they are still certified in Colorado, they can live in New Mexico. So this bill says that being qualified is more important than where you live to be a peace officer in Colorado.
Rep. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McLaughlin, for bringing forward this bill idea. I think it's a really important bill to support our law enforcement agencies, as well as make sure that people can have access to affordable housing and still be able to serve as law enforcement officers in our state. As representatives who live in the border areas of the state, we have people who may want to live across the border for family reasons, for affordability reasons, but still want to serve Colorado as law enforcement officers. This bill will allow them to do that. We heard some great testimony from the La Plata County Sheriff, as well as the Chief of Police from Durango, who made it very clear you still need to be post-certified in Colorado. You still need to have all of the Colorado qualifications to be a law enforcement officer here. You pay Colorado income tax. It's just if you want to live right across the border or in a different state but still serve our state, you are allowed to do that. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1371? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1371. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. House Bill 1371 is adopted. Mr. Shevel, please read the title to House Bill 1007.
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Valdez, D. and Lynch, also Senators Simpson and Lee, concerning wildfire mitigation assistance for landowners.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1007 in the committee report. Appropriations Committee report.
Okay. Can you move all three of the committee reports?
Yes. I move the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, Energy and Environment Committee report, and I move the committee reports.
Okay. To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move in the Appropriations Committee, we amended the bill with L008, which changes the statutory section of the grant program created in this bill. It makes it a better bill. With that, I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion of the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations report is adopted. To the Finance report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance report, we moved the bill and spoke about how important the grant program is in the communities. not only with the grant recipients, but also the agency of the local government and county municipalities and the special districts, tribal agency or programs, and the nonprofit organizations. And ask for your support and finance.
Is there any further discussion of the finance report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The finance report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Energy and Environment, we brought forth the bill, introducing it, and spoke about how important it is needed right now more than ever with the conditions, but also how important this bill is. Ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion of the finance report? Seeing none. The Energy and Environment report. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Energy and Environment report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill really came out of initially the Wildfires Matter committee that meets outside of the session, where we got to actually go and see some of the devastation that has occurred in our state that comes from wildfires. This is near and dear to me because my district happens to house the largest landmass fire we've had in the state. So what this bill really does is it allows folks to have kind of an incentive, if you will, to do the proper mitigation around their properties, and allows them to have a little bit of a tax break. It's not a huge amount of money that we're forgiving them for on taxes, but it allows them to take some of that tax money and put it towards mitigation in hopes that not only are they saving their own house, but also their neighbor's house. This is a really good bill. We've got to do everything we can to continue to mitigate the fires, especially as we're seeing them prop up every day here with all this wind that we've got happening. And so this is a good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not only including making sure that we have healthy forests and a vibrant communities fund moving forward, and as my colleague said, the conditions right now are not good. With the debris, the wind, temperatures. We had a major fire yesterday in Monte Vista that took out multiple houses. We had another one on Monday in Alamosa. It was a wildfire. We need to continue to move this bill to make sure that mitigation is in process, but helping out the landowners in more ways than one. And with that, we ask your support on House Bill 1007.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I rise in support of this legislation. I want to commend Representatives Lynch and Representative Valdez for their focus on mitigation and really appreciate their thoughtfulness in trying to build both a grant program and a credit that makes sense for Colorado. And I am particularly pleased that Representative Lynch is going to continue monitoring this program as it rolls out this next year, make sure that it's effective as designed and accomplishes the goal of certainly improving mitigation around homes. And I look forward to talking about this bill again next year if there are steps that we can take to strengthen it. So thank you both.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, Colorado is going to have one of the worst fire seasons they've had in this decade. And I'm going to tell you why. When I go home to eastern Colorado and the wind blows 3 weeks in a row and it dries out any of our topsoil, the winds are blowing at 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. When I have a wheat crop that won't even come up, the first time in my life, it won't even come up because there's not moisture to raise your wheat. When I go out in spring calving season and I don't see green grass, I don't even have to put the high magnesium mineral out because that's what we do in cattle country when the grass comes in green to make sure we don't have a very challenging problem called grass tetany with our livestock. When I don't have those things at Buffalo Springs Ranch, and all of the ranchers and farmers are facing the same conditions in eastern Colorado and throughout a large part of Colorado, we have a problem. We must invest in every fire mitigation, fire control resource that we can this legislative session. I will tell you, this is an investment that we must make. This is one of many layers in steps that we are building to protect the citizens of Colorado, our open spaces, our agricultural lands, and our way of life. If we don't get some spring moisture, Colorado, and we're already over halfway through April, think about it. If we don't get some spring moisture, Colorado is going to have one of the worst fire seasons we've had in a long time. So I rise in support of this. I thank the foresight of the bill sponsors, and I really want us to understand how important this is. We must invest in every arena that we can to avoid potential catastrophic consequences in 2022 due to fires in Colorado. We thought it was bad 2 years ago, a year ago, 3 years ago. I think we haven't seen anything yet.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1007. All those in favor say yes. I say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The House Bill 10007 is adopted. Mr. Shiva, please read the title to House Bill 1052.
House Bill 1052 by Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, also Senators Priola and Moreno, concerning prohibiting behavioral health crisis services to school-age students.
Representative or Minority Leader McKean. Third time's the charm.
God bless you.
God bless
God
you.
bless you. Your lips to God's ears. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve here with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Folks, we have a Colorado Youth Advisory Council bill to bring to you, and it's one that really, truly gets to the heart of a lot of what we're talking with our youth, that the kinds of services that they need and the kind of quick connection to those services is important.
Excuse me, Minority Leader, do you want to move the amendments? And
Oh, I will. I'm going
Okay.
to tell you about the bill first. Thank you, though.
All right.
And so very, very much in the line of everything else we've heard this year. So proud to offer it. And I move House Bill 1052 and the Appropriations Committee report.
And the Behavioral Health report.
Behavioral Health Committee report.
So those, that's a proper motion to the Appropriations report. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you. They did give us the money we needed, and it takes money from the general fund to the Department of Human Services to help our students.
Is there any further comment on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The report is adopted.
You can do the amendment.
To the Public and Behavioral Health report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We had a long discussion about what this is and what are the services that are available to youth, and actually a really productive discussion because I think that we're seeing a lot of services that will be available, but not necessarily all that are ready in this very second. So we had that discussion. We got it passed out of committee. Anything else you want to add?
I do not.
There you go.
Would anyone else like to comment on the Public and Behavioral Health report? Seeing no one. The question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you. This bill came from our COYAC students. You might know of them. They are a very important part of our legislature, and they come up with some bills, and we really try to help them. They're speaking from the students' point of view, and they're saying that everybody has a school ID. Let's put some numbers on the back for emergency help for these students. This will also be, parents will get this information, and the numbers and information will also be posted in the school. So for schools without, without IDs or whatever, everybody will have access to these numbers for kind of emergency mental health. One will be Safe to Tell, and one will be a mental health services that they can access very quickly.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1052? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much. One of the conversations we had was we want to make sure this is available to all students in the state. So I offer a move Amendment L004 to House Bill 1052 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, that amendment is displayed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Minority Leader McKean.
Okay, so this just includes private schools because it's important that this is available to all kids.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted.
Anything else we got?
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1052? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1052. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1052 is adopted. Mr. Shevel, please read the title to House Bill 1056.
House Bill 1056 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Moreno, concerning emergency temporary care for children.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1056 and the Appropriations and Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee reports.
Those are properly moved to the amendment to the appropriations report.
In the
Representative Michelson, Janae.
In the Appropriations Committee, we actually significantly changed the appropriation for the bill and lowered it because we got more targeted in how the services are going to be provided. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report is adopted. Representative Michelson, Janae.
To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report, what I would like to say is in committee we made additional changes to modify and meet the needs of the community resource that we're about to provide, which I'll tell you about in the bill.
Is there any further discussion of the Public and Behavioral Health and report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Behavioral Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Michelson Janae, for allowing me to join her on this very important bill. What this bill does, it is allows for the county departments, our county departments of human services or social services to enter into agreement with facilities to provide emergency temporary shelter care to children. And that is really important right now because we do see a gap, and especially right now as there's a study group happening, we just want to make sure that we can fill that gap and make sure that kids aren't, having to be locked up, but instead, if they're not meeting that level of care, that they have a place that they can go if they're not being assessed at that level. And I will turn it over to my co-prime if she has anything to add.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Co-Prime. And this is the Michelson Janae Gonzalez Gutierrez special. You can see that our names do not fit on the board. I don't know why we can't do two lines. So it's the Elson Janae Gonzalez Gutierrez bill. And ultimately, what we are hoping to do is our kids who are ending up in the wrong place, like on the street where they might have to commit a crime to stay alive, to stay nourished, whatever. We don't want that for them. This will stop that. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1056? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1056. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1056 is adopted. Mr. Shevel, please read the title to House Bill 1146.
House Bill 1146 by Representatives Larson and McCluskey, also Senators Lundin and Kirkmeyer, concerning the investment of money in the public school fund.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1146 and the Education Committee report.
That's properly moved to the committee report.
Excellent. In Education Committee, we added a few clarifying amendments. And, oops, my apologies. If you want to take over here. Sorry.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably most notably, we worked through with our state treasurer as well as the head of the State Land Board how our process would focus on changes to the land trust and the permanent fund, how we will work together to try and ensure the sustainability of the permanent fund so that we have so the corpus doesn't shrink anymore, so that we are able to continue to deliver on that promise that our lands will be there for generations to come to support public education in this state. We also provided some changes to the structure of the governance board to make sure that board terms were staggered. They currently all expire at the same time. I urge an aye vote on the Education Committee report.
Is there any further discussion of the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The education report is adopted. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, House Bill 1146 is a bill that came out of the School Interim Finance Committee. It has the sponsorship of almost everybody that sat on that committee, both bipartisan chambers. This was brought to us by the State Treasurer's Office. There was some concern about the State Land Trust, which is designed to be an intergenerational asset that is supposed to create perpetual funds to fund education in the state of Colorado. There's some concern that the way it's currently structured, some of the limitations on what's being held there, may not be relevant going forward in the next couple of years. And the entire purpose behind this bill was to give that trust more latitude to design a trust and something that will exist into the future, indeed multi-generational, not just for our children and grandchildren, but their children and grandchildren. So essentially we're creating a board here. The State Treasurer's Office is going to have more latitude to explore what other investments they can make to ensure that this does remain multi-generational and provide for generations to come. So I would ask for your support.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, my thanks to Representative Larson. This is a bill that I believe comes to you from the interim committee and in a bipartisan way, because at the end of the day, we are all recognizing how important it is that we ensure the viability of our land trust and our permanent fund. I want to highlight that we have adjusted the language so that the land trust, the funding that goes to our public schools through the school finance formula, there is a commitment that $21 million go through the disbursement process when we deliver the funding. And we are still committed to that amount of money for our school finance formula. We just want to provide some flexibility in the investment strategies. And that's really going to be the work of the Permanent Fund Investment Board. So I'm looking forward to the recommendations they bring forward by the end of February next year. And we will have an opportunity to revisit their recommendations potentially through additional legislation. But for now, we're launching, I think, a really comprehensive and thoughtful investigation and study on this work. I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1146.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in the Education Committee when heard this bill, a good utilitarian bill, and I just urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1146? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1146. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1146 is adopted. Mr. Shevel, please read the title to House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220 by Representatives Kippen, McLaughlin, also Senators Zenzinger and Quorum, concerning removing barriers in educator preparation to support educator candidates entering the educator workforce.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 1220
the Appropriations Committee report, the second Education Committee report dated April 7th, and the Education Committee report, the first one, dated March 2nd.
That's a proper motion to the to the appropriations report. I knew I was going to get it right eventually. Representative McLaughlin.
Yeah, okay. 15% thing. What's that? The 15% thing.
Okay. Yes, we did pass through Appropriations Committee, and we have a 15%. We changed it to 15% of teachers who are going for this can use the portfolio method. We thought that was it was a good compromise with everyone involved.
Is there any further discussion of the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the Education Committee Report 002, and members, this strikes the first Education Committee report. If it is adopted, the first Education Committee report is stricken. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what happened, this was a little bit unusual. The bill got passed out of education once, and then it moved on to appropriations. And then because of the ERRTF process and some money being designated for student loan forgiveness, we passed it back to education. In education, in the second Education Committee report, we dealt with the first committee report, which is why if we adopt this, that one will be stricken. But what we did in education was to add on amendments to deal with putting those student loan forgiveness into the bill.
Is there any further discussion of the committee report? Representative Larson.
Okay, go ahead. Can I leave these here?
Yeah. Indeed, trade secrets. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to come down and speak a little bit about this. First of all, I do want to commend the sponsors of the bill for bringing it back to education to the committee of reference from appropriations, rather than, I think they had the ability to add substantive amendments in appropriations and on the floor in second reading. I commend them for bringing it back rather than doing that, to bring it back to the committee of reference. Because it was a pretty substantial change. So I want to start off by thanking them for that. I also want to explain why I changed my vote from the first committee report where I was supportive of the bill to the second committee report where I flipped to opposition to the bill. And it is because of the addition of the loan forgiveness component of this bill, which in my mind is a totally separate issue. The initial bill created a program where we would pay student teachers essentially for what is an internship year, a fifth year that everybody goes through. Made a lot of sense. It's mirroring other professions that have similar training years where they get paid. It was a great program in my mind. The addition of loan forgiveness, and particularly the narrow confines of this loan forgiveness, where you had to enter the profession in a specific time frame, didn't seem equitable. It also seemed to be fundamentally different and was not something that I could support. So just wanted to put on the record why the different votes in the two Education Committee reports. I would ask for everyone to reject the second Education Committee report in favor of the first Education Committee report, in which case I would support the bill. However, if the second Education Committee report is adopted, thereby striking the first one, I will unfortunately have to remain a no on third reading, in spite of my support for the first program that the bill was originally designed around. So, thank you, members.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to commend the bill sponsors for bringing this original bill forward. I, as an educator, went through the entire process to student teach, worked two jobs, over 40 hours a week in addition to student teaching, and just about killed myself. And so having the ability to have a stipend so I wouldn't have to work during that time is essential. And we're 20,000 jobs short in education right now. Over 300 positions, in every county go unfilled every day right now. I am brokenhearted, though. I do want to communicate with the bill sponsors. The fact that there's loan forgiveness in this brings me to a point where I cannot support the bill, but I do want to thank you for the stipend piece. But we can't pick winners and losers for loan forgiveness among all of the different industries. But if this were changed to not have that, I would absolutely be in support of the stipend for educators, and thank you for bringing that forward.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, and I really appreciate your comments. And honestly, we love to find common ground where we can. So thank you for your comments. So with that, we do have a few amendments to the second reading, or to the second reading here. So the second Education Committee report. I move L016. L016. Yeah, we'll just do them in order.
Thanks. L016 is displayed. Representative
I'll do this.
McLaughlin.
Thank you. This is based on our discussions with Colorado Department of Education, and it strikes the temporary educator eligibility authorization from the bill.
Is there further discussion of L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Amendment L016 is adopted. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L017.
L017 is displayed. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was also based on more discussions with our stakeholders. It clarifies the language regarding the portfolio review, and it directs, oh my goodness. It also directs stakeholders to recommend a definition of sufficiently high education coursework and the process for a review panel to examine a portfolio of coursework.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment L017 is passed. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018.
L018 is properly displayed. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a technical amendment. It adjusts the date for spending the ARPA funds from December to 31st to December 30th. JBC request to align with appropriations.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L018? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L018 is adopted. Representative Kipp.
So thank you, folks. We really, I've been working on this bill since the middle of last session, frankly. And one thing that I learned is something that Representative Van Beber alluded to, which was that a lot of student teachers, if they have to do basically a half a year to a year of unpaid work, they are not able to get through the student teaching experience, which is part of becoming a teacher in Colorado. So that's really where this bill started. This bill addresses that. So for income qualified students, there would be a stipend available for a couple of years to help people get over that hump. There's also some information on the student competency exams. They have to take particular exams to prove their competency as a teacher. There is funding stipends to help them cover those. And do you want to talk about multiple measures? You want to talk about multiple measures?
Is there any further discussion of the committee, the education?
Oh, I'm sorry. We passed the education. Oh.
I don't think we did. Weren't those amendments to the committee report?
No, that was the second one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So is there any further discussion of the second Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the second Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The second Education Committee report is adopted. Representative McLaughlin to the bill.
Thank you. This also, in addition to what Representative Kipp said, it gives teachers multiple measures, different ways to become a teacher. I think this will open some of the floodgates. I think there's a lot of people that have stopped up. They've gone through school, they've done everything they can, but they just cannot afford, or they struggle with the standardized tests that are going through, and this will help more people become teachers, and they've done 99% of the work, and this will just get them the last mile. So we're excited to have this bill to address a teacher shortage in Colorado.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1220? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1220. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1220 is adopted. Okay. Mr. Shivel, please read the title to House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Lontine and Soper, also Senator Simpson and Janal, concerning the continuation of the regulation of optometry by the State Board of Optometry and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1233 and the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, and the Health and Insurance Committee report.
Okay, I don't think there is an appropriations report. So would you like to discuss the Finance Committee report?
I'd be happy.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you. We didn't do anything in appropriations, but I just had to sit. I did have to sit there, and I actually had a joke already for it, and so sad. Anyway, the Finance Committee. So Amendment 10 was passed, and we heard concerns that changing the definition of surgery and the open-ended nature of the language Dora offered, which was in the introduced bill. So this amendment removes L001, which was an amendment we passed in Health and Insurance. In its place, it leaves the current statutory definition of surgery and expands the list of procedures that optometrists are allowed to do. These procedures match what Dora says the optometrist should be able to do, and are aligned with the national testing that exists, and includes procedures that remove of lump and bumps around the eyes, use of non-thermal laser procedures, and injections around the eye and at the very superficial level of the eye. And I asked for an aye report, an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of the Finance report? Representative Ransom.
So that's a second reading amendment. This is second reading. Sorry, it's to the second reading.
Okay. Is there any further discussion of the Finance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Finance report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance report, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health and Insurance report actually was removed with the Finance Committee report. Our amendment L010 in Finance Committee removed the Health and Insurance Committee report. So there's actually really no report anymore.
Okay. Is there any further discussion of the Health and Insurance report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Health and Insurance report. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1233 is a sunset bill that continues the regulation of the State Board of Optometry, which regulates and licenses Colorado's optometrists. Doctors of optometry provide 2/3 of all primary eye care, and there are about 1,550 DOs licensed by the State Board. The sunset review of the State Board of Optometry states the overwhelming majority of, I'm sorry, it's ODs, not DO, and I could tell that Representative Caraveo was side-eyeing me. The majority of ODs practice safely and not outside of their expertise. In addition to eye primary care that can include prescribing glasses and contact lenses, and a comprehensive eye exam by an OD also includes diagnosis and management of eye diseases. This also includes evaluation of systemic diseases, including diabetes and high blood pressure, and prescription of medication to treat eye disease, like glaucoma, and perform pre- and post-operative surgical care. The DORA Sunset Review made 4 recommendations, and the bill, along with the amendments, follows those recommendations, which are to continue the State Board of Optometry and the regulation of optometrists for 11 years through 2033, allow optometrists to practice to their qualifications and procedures that they are trained for and that are specified in the Finance Committee report, synchronize some common provisions of the law with the Act, such as notifying the regulator, the OD, if they cannot treat patients with reasonable skill and safety, and non-notification will be subject to discipline, and removes statutory references to national organizations. House Bill 1233 is consistent with the DORA recommendations in the Sunset Review report, and modernizing our regulation and licensing of optometrists will create better access to primary eye care for Coloradans who need eye care, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, it's great seeing everyone today. Yeah, it's good to make sure you're still listening. It's about eyes and ears. Yes. Optometrists are one of the oldest licensed professions in America, going back to our founding. Optometrists practice and are licensed independently here in Colorado. They have never, worked under the supervision of a, an ophthalmologist. So it's different because they are an independent practitioner, but they do work collaboratively. They refer all the time to ophthalmologists, being able to make those recommendations where they know that their scope has ended and that that's now time for the ophthalmologist to take over and to refer those patients. So they really do work closely together. Based on a 2020 and 2021 report from the American Medical Association and the American Optometric Association, 43 of 64 counties in Colorado had no full-time community-based ophthalmologists, whereas only 23 counties are without optometrists. There are some counties that will have a traveling ophthalmologist come through 1 or 2 days a month, but often that appointment takes a long time to schedule and is usually for something like cataract surgery or a consultation. What we're asking for here is the recommendations that were made by DORA, primarily to remove skin tags and what are called chalaisons. It's always good to say that word at least once a day. Members, I want to paint a visual for you in your head. Imagine a Venn diagram. So you have 2 circles, and you have this overlap in the middle here. First, you have optometry, and then you have ophthalmologists. So you have the ones that are known for fitting your glasses, but they're the ones that you would go to for follow-up care, for example, with glaucoma or after a cataract surgery. And then you have the ophthalmologists, who are the eye doctors, the ones that went to medical school. What we have here in this Venn diagram is we have this slight overlap. And our definition of surgery is such that there are some things that optometrists have been doing which could be considered surgery. And so what we really want to do is be able to clarify here, and it's just our definition of surgery. It's not necessarily the universal definition that could exist in every form. But 20 other states have moved into this area that's this overlap area. And Colorado would like to be included in those. That's what DORA has recommended. The other states have had positive results. It means that we can get good medical care for the eye to the counties that don't necessarily have enough ophthalmologists. And it ensures that all Coloradans are able to have access to proper eye care. I certainly would ask for a yes vote on the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ransom, who's next?
Oh, what? Oh, okay. Apparently I'm still up.
Okay, Representative Soper.
Thank you. And it's still good seeing you, Madam Chair. Okay. I will yield my time to Representative Holtorf.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Soper, for your professionalism and your kindness. As this bill began moving through this session, I heard both sides of the argument, and I think Representative Soper has adequately described the situation. One of the things that I'd like to bring out is in rural Colorado, we need more services. We need more medical, dental, eye, vision. It's something that we don't have a lot of. We don't have a lot of that capacity in rural Colorado. When DORA, Department of Regulatory Agencies, makes recommendations, I believe in most cases they are well thought out. So these recommendations came forward, and I truly believe, as Representative Soper described, that the scope of work and the things that are the work of ophthalmologists, the surgeries, those things that a medical doctor of ophthalmology must do are things that will not be, because nobody's going to try to jeopardize a patient. Nobody's going to do something that they know they don't have the skill or capability to do. And there's so many referrals that are done in rural Colorado. When our practitioners in rural Colorado get to a point where they no longer have the skill, they are very quick to do that referral and move that patient to a higher level of care. So I believe that the recommendations are sound. I think the scope of work is manageable between these two entities. And I think the amendments that have been brought forth have also been ways to mitigate some of these professional conflicts. Now, I know we're discussing about additional amendments. There's heated debate, and I can hear it in my right ear about this. It's a contentious issue. It's a good thing my right ear is the one that doesn't hear very well. My left ear is my good ear. So I won't get involved in that discussion. But I will tell you what I want to vote for and what Colorado, and I'm going to close with this, what I want to vote for and what I think we should do in this chamber is try to help Colorado citizens get more services in all of the medical spaces. And my colleague from the Cowboy Caucus here, the most handsome devil in the caucus, after me, oh wait, he didn't hear that, agrees with me. So at this time, I'm going to yield the dais, Madam Chair, so we can continue to move forward.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to speak in opposition to this bill. I have been receiving emails from ophthalmologists and eye doctors in my district, and I'm going to read one of the emails that I was sent by one of the doctors, and I've actually went and visited his office and toured it. And just for the record, you can tell I wear glasses. I also wear contact lenses. I've had bad eyes since I was probably about 7. So I've spent a lot of time in offices of both optometrists and ophthalmologists. But here is, I'll read a couple paragraphs from this email. Dear Representative Ransom, please vote to amend House Bill 1233 to remove surgical privileges from optometrists who do not attend medical school and give them authority to regulate their own surgical privileges. Highly delicate and potentially blinding eye surgery is not a turf war. This is a patient safety issue. Optometrists trained in non-surgical eye care, but they do not attend medical school and do not complete a surgical residency. In short, optometrists simply aren't trained to perform surgery that requires lasers, scalpels, and injections. The eyesight of Coloradans deserves a higher standard than House Bill 1233 would provide. Please understand that granting any surgical privileges to optometrists without medical school or surgical residency training will not expand access to care. In fact, 93.9% of Coloradans are within a 30-minute drive of an ophthalmologist, a medical school, and residency-trained eye surgeon. I won't go into the fact that he wrote then about some cost savings and how this wouldn't save costs, because then he went on to say, would you want your family members to be subjected to the risks of eye surgery by someone who did not attend medical school or complete a surgical residency? I would not, and I ask that we give all Coloradans the safety of surgery by trained physicians. Please stand up for Colorado patients. So I was able to find how optometrists are trained to perform these surgeries that we've been discussing with this sunset bill. And one more time, I do want to stand up for optometrists. I see mine every year, at least once a year. I really like the practice. I go to a lot. I trust them to make sure I have the right correction of glasses. They also do screenings for glaucoma and other types of issues in my eyes. I trust them. I'm glad they do what they do. But when we start talking about any type of surgery or injections or scraping or biopsies, I think we need to start bringing in the ophthalmologists who have actually gone through residency. I have here, I have a training, an educational and training comparison chart that I imagine the folks in the health committee should have seen or should have been provided with. But the difference, here's just a couple of the boxes that are on this chart. An optometrist has 4 years of optometry school and 711 hours of basic sciences coursework based on the SUNY optometry school curriculum. But an ophthalmologist actually goes to medical school. They are a medical doctor, an MD. They do have the 4 years of medical school, but then 1,408 hours of basic sciences coursework. The postgraduate training is actually more telling. The optometrists, it says the optometry postgraduate training, there is no mandatory postgraduate training. Ophthalmology residency has a mandatory additional 4 years of training. In addition, they must complete 1 year of general medical or surgical internship. They also must complete 3 years of an ophthalmology surgical residency training program and additional ophthalmology instruction lab on ocular disease and management with a minimum of 626 hours during residency. Now, when you think of how fragile your eyes are, they are actually a miracle. When you talk about creation and even things like evolution, I always hear the human eye as being a wonderful example of how developed our bodies are and how developed our eyes are when you think of the ocular nerve, the various nerves, the various, the cornea, all the different layers of the eye, and why we can see from when we're born, God willing, all the way up to when we die. And these are just wonderful organs that we have. They're one of the 5 senses that we all learned about in elementary school. And protecting them is something that ophthalmologists and optometrists have spent years learning, but ophthalmologists are the ones that have actually done the training and the learning and the school and the residency when you're going to do any type of surgery, and that includes removing eye tags. That includes any type of injecting, even surface injecting of anesthesia. That would be something that an ophthalmologist would have the best chance of making sure that they're not 1 centimeter or even a partial centimeter to one direction or another, which could cause blindness, literally. The learning experience, the clinical experience, additional postgraduate training is all very much mandated for ophthalmologists and eye surgeons that do this. When I looked at the classes that optometrists can take in order to become certified for this laser that we are talking about in this bill, for example, there's a 1-hour class on how to interpret what you're seeing, which is a term called gonioscopy, and that is just observing between the layers of the eyes and looking for problems or issues that you might want to interpret and figure out if there's anything that needs to be further examined or further if there's a problem with the eye or any type of cancer or anything like that. It's a 1-hour class, folks. Would you rather have a doctor that's had a 1-hour class in how to interpret what they're seeing versus an ophthalmologist that's had all those years of residency and that they're an MD, as I mentioned earlier? When we, even the Chaliazian that my colleague just mentioned, the management of that is a 1-hour class in this seminar that the optometrists can go attend. So they attend a 3-day seminar to learn how to do this laser work. To tell you the truth, folks, I know I'd be more comfortable with an MD that's had the 4 years of residency and all that additional training. We know that we have discussed the laser piece of this, and what I'll end with is that 42 states do not allow any type of laser treatment by optometrists. That's 42 states do not allow this. I don't know that we want to be on the edge of testing to see whether or not these other groups are capable of doing things, shooting lasers into your eye for treatment when they have gone to a 3-day weekend course to learn how to do it. All that being said, again, I love my optometrist. I will continue to go to them every year, but I will absolutely, if there's anything to be injected or any type of laser treatment, I know that I will be finding an ophthalmologist. And for patient safety, I feel it's very important that we turn down the expansion of scope of practice in this bill and continue the licensing of optometrists, but not expand the scope of practice of them at this time. With that, I urge a no vote on the bill.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I first saw this bill, I had many of the same concerns that my esteemed colleague just mentioned. Being an MD, what I always default to is the training that an individual has had appropriate to what they want their scope to be. And if it was not present when they were in their original training, whether it was medical school, optometry school, et cetera, is there a way to make up for that lack of training in a way that will continue to preserve patient safety? Because at the end of the day, that is what I am most concerned about. I've had a number of conversations with both the medical groups and the sponsors who have been very gracious to work with me on my concerns. And after those conversations, we were able to come to somewhat of a compromise. And so with that, I offer Amendment L14. I move L14 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I thank the sponsors for working on me to develop this amendment. Basically, what this will do is it acknowledges that some of this training did not happen in accredited colleges or universities of optometry before 2019. And so for those optometrists that were not trained in the specifics of use of lasers and injections, et cetera, in eyes, what I wanted to make sure is that this is not just a weekend training course that they go through, pass a multiple choice test, and then have the ability to work on somebody's eye. What this amendment stipulates is that the training will have to be proctored by an optometrist or an ophthalmologist that is able to do these procedures, and that there will also be tracking of any adverse outcomes if those were to happen. I know that this does not necessarily assuage everyone's concerns regarding this bill, but I think it does go a long way to ensure that an optometrist can still practice on procedures, practice in ways that they are trained in procedures that they have gotten better training for, and therefore I ask for an aye vote, and once again thank the sponsors for their work with me on this.
Representative Soper.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Caraveo. Looking at this amendment, this is a good amendment, and we certainly would accept this. We also believe that we want proper training if we're going to expand practice to the DORA recommendations, that we also have in statute that they have to go through more than just a weekend course, that this is something that is actually examined on and that they have a practical experience multiple times with a proctor looking over them. And I see your amendment as doing that, and I'll be a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Representative Caraveo, who was very diligent, and we've been talking about this for the last week or so to try to find some common ground, and she expressed to me concern about training, and I wanted to make sure that she had some comfort around what training optometrists received and what that all meant. And so I really, really appreciate her working with us, and I ask for an aye vote. This is a good amendment. Thank you.
Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to stand up here and rise because in rural Colorado, the need for procedures is critical, and when I see my optometrist, not only working with him, but this is a good amendment moving forward, and you have my support. Thank you very much.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down as a member of the Health and Insurance Committee to voice my support for this bill and to let everyone know that not every ophthalmologist was opposed to even the DORA recommendations from the beginning. We heard quite a bit of testimony in committee. We did hear from an ophthalmologist who stated that even in the previous scope expansion for optometrists in Colorado from 10 or 11 years ago, that those measures gave wider access and more immediate access to many people and communities across our state with many life-saving, sight-saving treatments in rural and urban communities. And these conditions that we are talking about have been managed by optometrists for decades. This legislation just gives them the most current tools to use in that management. They have already been using their sound clinical judgment on how and when to treat these conditions, and they're going to continue to do that. I like to use an analogy of the highway. You think of like a 4-lane highway, and in the left-hand lane is the fast lane. That's the lane that you get to do all the things and go the fastest. That's where the ophthalmologists are. The optometrists are in the next lane over, and so they know what their speed limit is, and it's not as fast as the ophthalmologist, if you want to think of that way. But what we have done in our state is put unnecessary speed bumps in their lane, not allowing them to practice to the full extent of their training. And as a state, we should really get rid of those speed bumps and let the optometrists do what they're trained to do so that more people in our state have access to the eye care that they need. And all the procedures that have been being debated are all in optometrist training. It's in their education, it's in their testing, it's in their continuing education. They are not seeking to perform retinal surgery, cataract surgery, LASIK, any of those things. And so I certainly urge an aye vote on the optometry sunset bill and help the people of our state have better access across the state to eye care. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L014 is adopted. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
So we're back to the bill, correct?
We're back to the bill.
Okay, thank you. I just want to come up and say I'm in strong support of this bill. Ophthalmologists have a very long track record of safely treating patients across this state and treating their eye care needs. And it's been mentioned by my colleague, Representative Holtorf, how critical these people are to our rural areas. And this bill is simply an update on practice, so they'll be able to treat patients and have more access to optometrists and do the procedures they've been taught and within their training. So I strongly support this bill. It's I was actually texting my optometrist up in Craig the other night, and he got a text from one of his patients and had to go remove a corneal obstruction in the eye as I was texting him. So he ran down the office to help that patient. So let them do the scope that they're trained in and let them do these procedures. They can do it safely. They know what they're doing. I strongly support this bill.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Bob, I'm here to support this bill for a couple of different reasons. First off, let's let these folks that are trained to do these things do what they were trained to do. We don't have an optometry school in the state of Colorado, so we send people out of the state. They get the training, they come back to the state that they're from, and they're not allowed to practice what they're trained to do. With the amendment, I think we've probably satisfied a lot of the concerns. But in this instance, it seems to me like we should be the ones that are setting the rules. There's been an awful lot of talk and a lot of money spent. This is a good one. Please vote yes.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We good? Go to.
Representative Lantine.
Ask for it to be laid over.
The committee will stand in recess, in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1233 until the end of the calendar.
If there are no objections, seeing no objections, the bill will be laid over till the end of the calendar. Mr. Shivel, please read the title to House Bill 1269.
House Bill 1269 by Representative Lantine, also Senator Hansen, concerning requirements imposed on unauthorized persons offering coverage of healthcare costs for Colorado residents.
Representative Lantine. Yes, Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1269 and the committee reports.
Okay, to the appropriations report.
There was some money appropriated in appropriations, and so I asked for an aye vote.
The question before, is there any further discussion of the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the health and insurance report, Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have
the health and insurance committee
about
report.
The committee report, yes. I have amendments to the committee report.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move Amendment 21. Sorry, I didn't. And ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 21 is displayed. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment 21 changes language about payment or coverage to reimbursement. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Representative Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just wondering if the sponsor could further clarify what are the changes specifically for reimbursement?
Representative Lantine.
So when we've worked with the healthcare sharing arrangements, which is kind of like an umbrella term for the different types out there, they were wanted to point out that they are not insurance, and so instead of saying coverage or payment as was used, that we are using the term reimbursement because that fits better for their business model.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment 21? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 22 and ask that it be displayed.
And Amendment 22 is displayed. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 22, we have in place a fine structure for the HSCAs in place to encourage compliance with reporting, and we are reducing that fine in this amendment from $10,000 a day to $5,000 a day. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question to the bill sponsor. Line 7, it says page 2 of the committee report, strike line 19 and substitute colon. What are we substituting?
Representative Lantine.
I will have to look that up, and it will take a moment.
Okay. Do you want to take a brief recess?
I can do that if that's what we would like to do.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we were able to answer Representative Luck's question, and so I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 22.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just wondering if the sponsor would share with the rest of us what the answer was to that change regarding what was presented in the amendment, please.
Representative Lantine.
Fine, I will go and get that answer, or you can go and visit with us.
Is there any further comment on Representative Geithner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the sponsor would be willing to put the explanation on the record, please, for those and the countless millions, of course, I'm sure that are tuned in.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting my exercise in today. So this is a grammatical correction that moves the words in the state to a different place so that it reads better. I ask for an aye vote.
Are there any further comments about Amendment L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. L022 is adopted. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 25 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And L025 is displayed. Representative Lantine.
Thank you. This amendment was at the request of the dentists. We have some very kind dentists in our state who travel around and do charity care, and they are paid for some of their hard costs out of a charity fund. And so this was to make sure that we didn't catch them up into this, because this is not our intent to capture dentists providing charity care. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further
25.
discussion of L025? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L025 is adopted. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we heard this bill in committee, we had a member who brought forth an amendment to strike a report to the General Assembly. And to be honest, I'm going to admit this out loud. Most people don't read those. And so we decided that we would just strike that. And so that's what Amendment 26 does. I ask for an aye vote.
Oh, you need to move the amendment.
Oh, I apologize. I move Amendment 26 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And the amendment is properly displayed. Is there further comment about L026? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L026 is adopted. To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the committee report, and in addition to the amendments we just passed, we passed a number of other amendments. I'll go through them all as quickly as I can, because it was a lot. So Amendment 1 and Amendment 18 in the committee was per feedback from the HCSAs that reserves is not appropriate language to capture how these entities operate. HCSAs also were not comfortable with the language around the DOI commissioner having power to expand the list of information, so that power was struck. And we did add some additional data points that are important for clear transparency in that amendment. And L18, which was an amendment to Amendment 1, clarified that data collected applied to Colorado members. Amendment 3 clarified that this bill doesn't apply to direct primary care providers. Amendment 4 was also at the request of the health care sharing arrangements that clarified that information posted on the DOI website be evidence-based, move from evidence-based to be fair and balanced. L17 modifies enforcement of fines first before a cease and desist can be issued by the commissioner. L19, at the request of several of the HCSAs, clarified information requested pertains to Colorado members unless otherwise specified. And Amendment 20 addressed concerns of brokers with being named in the reporting process, and so this amendment struck that requirement accordingly and replaced the list of brokers with more beneficial aggregate data to understand the broker's role in the HCSA landscape. And I asked for an aye vote in the committee report.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the sponsor, especially for the most recent amendment to the committee report, striking the reporting. That eliminates an amendment that I was intending to run. I also appreciate that there was language in an amendment to the committee report earlier here today that helps the understanding, the clarification that health care sharing is not insurance, but I do feel that this needs to go a little bit further in being absolutely certain that health care sharing, which is the crux of this whole debate, is not insurance. And so towards that, I move L037 and ask that it be displayed.
And that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So straightforward, this just says, hey, healthcare sharing, which is the gathering of community together. And to be really clear about this, the money that is collected, the money is not collected with the membership with a healthcare sharing plan like an insurance company would do. This is a membership that people sign up for, and then when someone has a need for covering expenses for health care, then those people, those members.
Representative Baisley, is this an amendment to the bill or to the committee report?
I was instructed by Christine, she's the drafter, that this one and the next one are to the committee report. This one's the main. Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand corrected. I will withdraw L037, and we'll come back to that. But if I may.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was mistaken, and I apologize to everyone for that. The Department of Insurance during the committee was given authority to issue cease and desist orders, and that is the subject of my appropriate amendment to the Health and Insurance Committee report, and so I therefore move L038 and ask that it be displayed. Arrow's pointing to the wrong place.
L038 is properly displayed. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, if this is not insurance, then the Department of Insurance ought not to have the authority to tell our health care sharing companies to cease and desist. And so that is the purpose of this amendment, that it would remove the authority of the Department of Insurance and the commissioner to issue such authority, such cease and desist orders. So I ask that that we vote yes on this.
Representative Lantine. Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this constitutes a settled question, and I would ask for a ruling.
Okay, I think the committee will take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. And I have ruled that that is a settled question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I had the opportunity to join the Health and Insurance Committee. And with that, I move L027 to the committee report, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And L027 is displayed. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this amendment does is it strikes the reporting requirement that healthcare sharing entities report any contracts with healthcare service providers. Contracts and the information contained in those contracts, this is private information, members. Given the nature of what we're dealing with here in terms of healthcare coverage and that sort of a thing, these contracts can carry some pretty significant private information, and so I find it be incredibly inappropriate that this type of information be relayed to someone other than those two entities embarking upon said contract, and so I would ask for a yes vote. I think it's important that we keep private information private. The state does not have the need to know private information, such as the nature of what's going on in these contracts.
Representative Lantine.
I believe this is also a settled question and ask for ruling.
Okay, the committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I think what we've determined with the bill drafter specifically is that the nature of this amendment, the substance of it, is not in conflict with what would be identified as a settled question. There is a renumbering portion. And so, again, I urge support for L027. This is private information, certainly within the confines of a contract. It's, quite frankly, none of the state's business, and so I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. The Division of Insurance handles sensitive information of all sorts, and this is not out of the ordinary, I believe, for his office to handle. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just remind the committee that we just adopted L021, and the purpose of L021 was to convey through policy that these health share networks are not insurance. So why are we providing contracts between a private entity and an individual to the Division of Insurance when L021 just clarified that this is not insurance? Again, I repeat my urge for a yes vote. This is a private contract. This information needs to remain private. This is not insurance. The sponsor just offered an amendment in L021 that clarified that for this chamber. And if we deviate from that, I think these two would be in conflict.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have to remember what we're talking about here. These are truly ministries. And so although the Division of Insurance may handle sensitive information, I can't think of any time where my church would have to report a private contract that they've entered into with the Division of Insurance. And that's essentially what we're doing here. And that's going to have a chilling effect on these ministries' efforts to move forward. So this will remove that chilling effect and allow those contracts that they're entering into to remain private between both the contractor and the contractee.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also rise in support of this amendment. It's really important that we understand that health cost sharing is not insurance. That's what was just adopted in the previous amendment. So why then would we share private contractual information with the Commissioner of Insurance? Instead, they should remain as is, which would be under the Attorney General's office. But for the purpose of this amendment, I just want to say, when you have a privately negotiated contract, that's part of the contracts clause in the U.S. Constitution. It's considered one of the most sacred elements in the American legal system, the ability to engage into a private contract. And there's steps for engaging into a contract. You have an offer. You will have some sort of a bargain or deal that is being entered into, and then elements that must be satisfied or fulfilled. And those are between those two individuals. Those are not for the Commissioner of Insurance to look at. So I rise in full support of this amendment. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think that it's as if this was choreographed, because following up after Representative Soper, the conversation that we're having is, should a private contract and the details thereof be reported to the Division of Insurance? And since I pay a lot of attention when I'm in committee hearings, I would cast us back to committee hearings from last year when we were talking about the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, when we had the Commissioner of Insurance come and say, I don't have anything to do with private contracts. It's only when they come to something that we're assigned to do, which was the actual discussion of PDAB, was should those contracts, should those agreements be something in front of the commissioner. So not only do we have the sacrosanct nature of this, not only do we have the ministerial role of these agreements, but now we also have our insurance commissioner who says, if it's not insurance, I don't need to deal with this and I shouldn't have to know. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Geithner. No, you go ahead, Rep. Geithner.
I want him to have a last word, Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the sponsor. I would also point out for this committee that there is a rather large piece of legislation that affected the entire United States, and that was called the Affordable Care Act. And specifically, when that act was adopted, these health share networks were specifically set aside. And so I want to point that out, that while there may be some confusion that this is somehow insurance, even the Affordable Care Act recognizes that it is a little bit different. And so I would just remind the chamber of that, and remind the chamber further that certainly private information is private information. Why we're going through policy to extract information between a private entity as well as a private individual and make that something that is reported to the state of Colorado is baffling to me. So I would urge a yes vote on L027. Let's respect private information. Let's respect contract and the ability for individuals to enter into those contracts, and remember that the state has no seat at that table.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the language doesn't say the contents of the contracts have to be disclosed. only who they are with. So we're not disclosing any private information in the contract. So I would ask again for a no vote. Thank you very much.
Is there any further discussion of Representative Geithner?
Division.
A division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L027. A division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those, let me just give you a minute on that. Okay. All those in favor of Amendment L027, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. And please also raise your hand if you are opposed to Amendment L027. Thank you. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. Oh no, we have to adopt. Okay, is there any further discussion of the committee report? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and there is indeed further discussion of the committee report. Members, I move L028 and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And that is properly displayed. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this amendment L028 does is it strikes the reporting requirements through Roman numerals 5 and 11 and replaces it with more precise reporting requirements that are reflecting of sharing and not insurance. Again, it is important to remind this chamber that this is sharing, this is not insurance. We attempted to make that clear through Amendment L021. This makes the reporting requirements conform with what is sharing and what is not insurance. And so I would urge a yes vote on L028, asking for your yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is a subtle question. Thank you.
The committee will stand in a brief recess.
Really?
The committee will come back to order. That is a settled question. Are there further comments on the committee report? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Bear with me as I move L030 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
L030 is displayed.
Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what L030 does is it keeps the new law, this new law that we are seeing in 1069, under Title 10, but it removes certain regulatory authority given to the Division of Insurance Commissioner and gives it to the Attorney General. Again, L021 specifically clarified for this body that 1269 is indeed not insurance, but is rather a sharing network. Therefore, it is important that we recognize that further through L030. And again, like I said, it keeps the law under Title 10, but removes certain regulatory authority given to the Department of Insurance's commissioner and gives that to the Attorney General.
Representative Lantine.
I believe this is a subtle question. Thank you.
And the committee will stand in brief recess. The committee will come back to order. That is a settled question. Is there further discussion of the committee report? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I move L029 and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And L029 is displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, L029 strikes the reporting requirement in 15, which I do not believe is a matter of settled question, that healthcare sharing entities report nearly all third-party contracts. The language in this bill is a little broad, and it helps kind of tighten that up a little bit. Again, as I look at contracts, I do believe that even third-party contracts, that's something that the state doesn't necessarily need to put its eyes on. They don't have a seat at the table when it comes to contracts between the private entity and the private individual with regarding the sharing network. So I would urge a yes vote on L029.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. I would urge a yes vote on this one as well. Again, these are contracts that if they're reported to a government agency, it could have a chilling effect on us entering into that contract. If I enter into a contract not as representative in my official public role, but as Pat would say, let's go Brandon Williams, and that contract is then reported to a government agency, that might have a chilling effect on me entering into that government contract. So I encourage a yes vote on this.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked for a no vote. The Division of Insurance doesn't have an opinion on who contracts are entered into with. We are simply trying to assess what a network or a version of that would be for potential patients. And that's all. It's not to impugn or interfere or in any way have any other opinion about it. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of L029? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L029. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the question before us, is there further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've already had somewhat of a robust discussion about what healthcare cost-sharing arrangements are. But for those of you who don't know yet, HCSA are programs where individual members with shared values pay monthly into a pool designed to help cover other members' medical expenses. These programs have minimal oversight, and there is no guarantee they will actually pay for anyone's medical expenses. House Bill 22-1269 requires HCSAs to submit some basic routine information to the Division of Insurance about how they operate, and the Division of Insurance will share this information publicly. This is a comprehensive data reporting bill designed to discourage misconduct and promote a necessary level of transparency to protect consumers. It will not impact the way arrangements operate beyond requiring HCSAs to submit an annual data report. Currently, very little information is known about these arrangements. That's why we are running a data reporting bill to better understand how HCSAs are affecting consumers. We simply want to shed light on how many of these programs there are in Colorado, how these programs do business, how many Coloradans are paying into them, and how much of their health care costs get paid. The Division of Insurance will share this information publicly and help the DOI and the public learn about the impact of these programs and what they have on the cost of health insurance and health care in our state. Make sure the programs can provide coverage to their members and help the programs keep their advertising honest and clear. These programs may work for some people, particularly those for whom health sharing aligns with their deeply held religious beliefs. More concerning, however, are people who are signed up because they see these arrangements as a cheaper alternative to health insurance without recognizing the financial risk they are taking on. As the costs of health care and coverage continue to rise out of the reach of many consumers, these arrangements may look increasingly attractive, but people need to know why they are priced lower and how they may impact them long term. Both current members and individuals considering these options alike should be aware of what members are paying for, how contributions are being used, and what protections they may or may not have when using these programs. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to correct one statement with all due respect, that money is not paid into a pool. That would indicate that it is insurance. Money is rather committed from each member to an amount, typically half the cost of what traditional insurance would be, but they commit to pay in, let's say $500 a month for a family, but that does not go into a pool of money that is then distributed out based on risk for claims. Rather, the commitment is made by the members to pay that $500 a month approximately, and when one of the members incurs medical expenses, then the members decide whether they want to cover that or not, and if they do sign up for that, then they mail a check or submit through electronic transfer of funds their $500 directly to the person who is incurring the medical expenses. There is no pool of money because that would make it insurance, which it is not. These things, if these health care sharing organizations, if you can imagine, came about from religious organizations, churches typically, that would look around and say, hey, we have realized that someone here within our congregation has this medical need. They need a knee replacement or whatever. Let's all contribute. Let's all pitch in and help Clara afford her knee replacement. That happened often enough within religious communities to where this became an organization, something that was worthy of organizing a little more formally. So about 10 to 12 of these health care sharing organizations came about operating within the state of Colorado, and there's only about 50 to 60,000 individuals that participate in them. The reason that the Department of Insurance now has its focus on this area, which is outside of its jurisdiction, outside of its authority, is because there was a bad actor. Now, the bad actor did not handle folks' money appropriately and broke the law. So what happened with them? Did the insurance commissioner come down on them and make sure that they paid the price? No, but they did pay the price through lawsuits, and they are no longer in business. They went bankrupt and they were out of the picture. So it's very unfortunate that happened in the first place, that people were financially hurt because of one bad actor, but the rest are doing some wonderful things for their members. And we should not allow this one bad actor to create the invitation for the Department of Insurance to come and get involved in this religious ministry, this ministry of faith, where members come together to help each other out. But just to put the finer point on it, I again move L037, which I did prematurely earlier, that clarifies the language that this is not insurance. I ask that it be displayed, Madam Chair.
And that is displayed.
Okay.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is very simply defines that health sharing is not insurance. It's important that we recognize that because it's not. It does not meet the definition of insurance. So we need to ensure, at least within this bill, should it ultimately pass, that we are declaring, acknowledging, confirming that healthcare sharing is not insurance. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lantine.
Excuse me. I asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in full support of this amendment. I think it's important that we clearly define that if you are in compliance with 1269, what's being asked for, particularly in Section 1, that then you are not considered insurance and that you aren't somehow construed to be insurance, because that's not what healthcare ministries are, what cost sharing is. I thought my good colleague from Douglas County eloquently explained what healthcare ministries are all about. It's people of faith coming together and pooling their financial resources to help each other out when someone has stated a need and a desire to want to come to the community of believers and ask for help. That's all it is. It's not like you have a right to this. It's not like you have a guarantee to this. But it's people of the same faith who've said, look, we're going to help each other out. We're going to pool our cash. And when you're in need, I'm going to help contribute to your surgery. When I'm in need, hopefully down the road, many years, that others would also come. And this is not insurance. That's not the function of insurance. It's not like you've created this massive pool of financial resources. It's not the negotiations with the PBMs or major pharma or hospitals to have a discount rate. That's what insurance does. Health sharing does not do that. That's not something that you see healthcare ministries doing. Instead, they're going to be asking for the cash rate. And you're not going to have people there who are going to say, well, I certainly would have an obligation to have something paid for, because that obligation is not there. It truly is out of the goodness of your heart that you are bringing these financial resources to help your friend or your neighbor who's part of the same faith community. It's not insurance, and we shouldn't treat it as insurance. We shouldn't give the insurance commissioner the idea that just because 1269 takes it from the AG's office, where it's regulated, over to the Division of Insurance, that somehow it's now going to be insurance. So that's why this amendment is incredibly important to get on this bill, members. And I would ask for a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 1269 is a data reporting bill. The amendment that is offered is about a thing called Safe Harbor, which is a regulatory tool. And this means that they can still go ahead and do bad things without any repercussions. And so I would ask for a no vote. It doesn't belong here for several reasons, but those are the two that I know of. So again, a no vote.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I urge a yes vote on this. One of the big reasons why is because what we've seen from Division of Insurance, I've got in front of me here, it's a consumer advisory from them that cautions Coloradans on healthcare sharing ministries. Now, I understand why there would be an inherent bias in the Division of Insurance against these, because they're not insurance. But the problem is, I don't know if that's completely understood by the Division of Insurance. I myself am an insurance guy. I have an insurance background, and it actually took me a bit of time to understand that these healthcare sharing ministries are not anything like that. It's not like the money goes into a pool and then is there covered afterwards. These are individual people writing individual checks to other members. It's just basically like if my church said, hey, at the pulpit, we want to make sure that everyone's health care needs are taken care of here. We want everyone to commit $500 a month to it and commit to pay that amount. But you're not going to write that check to the church. You're going to write that check to each individual member who needs that this following month. That's what happens. It's not insurance at all. But we do have an inherent bias for what we've seen from the Division of Insurance. And this clarifies to make sure that they're not looking at regulating these ministries as though they are, through the lens as though they are insurance. Because I think that's what's happening. And this amendment will clarify it to make sure it's abundantly clear that these are not insurance. It's not what they are. They're most of them are ministries. Ministries where other people try to take care of other people's costs. I urge yes vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L0? Representative Rich. Division. A division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess.
out the way to fire with this.
The committee will come back to order.
Let's put this side by side with what we're replacing. The old M16. Look at how different this works on the inside. It looks like an army compared to the M16. The charging handle is moved from its usual position to the front of the weapon. You have to move the bolt to the rear by doing this.
Okay, we're just going to wait till we get Rep. Pico muted. Okay. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L037. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of this amendment, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. That's very nice. You can do "and" if you want to. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L037, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Nice. This isn't calisthenics, but okay. Amendment L037 is lost. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now that we're to the bill and not to an amendment, I did just want to talk about 1269 here for a minute. Healthcare sharing is not insurance, but House Bill 1269 treats it as such by characterizing the sharing as unauthorized and by putting it under the regulatory umbrella of the Division of Insurance. The Division of Insurance has demonstrated a bias against the sharing in the past by consumer advisories issued to warn customers about the dangers of healthcare sharing. As a matter of fact, their latest one came out in 2020, in December of 2020. House Bill 1269 seeks to redefine healthcare sharing as unlicensed health insurance because the Division of Insurance is fundamentally opposed to what sharing actually is. Communities of believers sharing their burdens with each other in accordance with their faith and sharing their dollars. It's as my colleague from Douglas County stood up here and said a few minutes ago. When you have a problem and you're all in a church together, you pool your resources to solve the one parishioner's problem, and you do it again the next week, the next Sabbath. The bill requires health care sharing entities, including religious ministries, to file absurdly detailed disclosures of everything from their organizational chart to publicly naming nearly every vendor they work with, from accountants to information technology vendors. There is a violation of I believe our First Amendment rights here of our freedom of religion, and it's the idea that what's being sought after here is a list of the parishioners in the particular ministry. Nothing good comes from the government having a list of members of a particular religious faith. And our history has taught us this. This combines with the annual reporting requirements. Of course, that was amended. But what we do have is the ability to publish a blacklist of religious sharing entities, their supporters, their vendors, and subjecting them to persecution or being canceled because of their faith. The 2020 advisory from the Division of Insurance is particularly alarming. It starts out by warning consumers against healthcare sharing programs. It then goes through and it talks about the Affordable Care Act and how the Affordable Care Act carved out health sharing ministries and that it's not really insurance. But then it goes on to say that the Division of Insurance urges Colorado consumers to be aware of the following before they sign up. And they talk about how if you have a pre-existing condition, that might not be covered if you go into your church and say, I have a problem with my knee or my hip or my shoulder. I have a heart condition. I have a rare disease. Of course it doesn't. These are individuals within your church who, out of the goodness of their own heart, are writing a check and they're donating to help with your health needs. So, of course, there's not going to be issues around pre-existing conditions. Then the advisory goes on to say that you may be subject to religious or moral restrictions through sharing ministries. Well, hence the name religious. If you're part of a certain religion, perhaps you believe in certain tenets of that particular faith. And individuals are only going to donate probably for certain things. I can't imagine that if someone got up and said, I would really like to have an abortion, would you donate? And it was a particular church that didn't believe in that, those individuals would not be donating. Then on down into this advisory, they talk about how while it may be ACA compliant, Affordable Care Act, that it's still outside the scope of what's covered by insurance. And that's because, I want to remind everyone, health sharing is not insurance. I want to say that once again. Health sharing is not insurance, and therefore should not be regulated under the Division of Insurance. So you might be asking, well, who would regulate? If something goes wrong, as we had an example of from a couple of years ago, where someone was a crook and they defrauded a bunch of people of faith, what actually happened in that case? Well, that was under the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General was able to deal with that. That's the proper place for being able to deal with these types of issues, not the Division of Insurance. That's because it's fraud. The case that culminated in this bill coming here was a case of fraud. It was something that our Attorney General was able to deal with and investigate and prosecute. But it's still not insurance, and it should not be regulated under the Division of Insurance. So members, I would respectfully ask for a no vote on this bill. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to remind everybody that there's some wonderful wild game dogs out there, some Rocky Mountain oysters out there, and the girls are going, and there's a lot of good food out on the east side of the Capitol. Madam Chair, some of my colleagues asked for me to allow an opportunity for everybody to go out and eat. And so I've been pointed out by leadership to stick to the bill, although I sure had, though one of those dogs was really good. I mean, I pinched one, ran back in here for division. But anyway, I'm going to get to the bill because I know how important this is. I'm still licking my lips, though, from that wonderful food out there.
Hey, Rep. Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just get on with it with the bill?
Yes, ma'am. House Bill 22-1269. You know, I, along with my colleagues, think that when people do the health care sharing and pooling, it's very much like a cooperative in the country for farmers. And they try to pool their resources so they can aggregately provide for their health care. You know, does this have a place under the Insurance Commission? That's questionable. Do these health care sharing plans need the Insurance Commission's help? I would tell you probably not. I think they can take care of themselves if we allow for less regulatory oversight. So there are some issues with this bill in that regard. The regulatory oversight. And I tell people out in the country, and a lot of this is actually done in rural Colorado and also urban centers as well. And religious-minded people have come up with these alternatives so they can support each other in their health care needs. They never once asked for the government or the Division of Insurance or anybody else to help them. And frankly, I don't think they need our help. And that's one of the problems that we have, and that's why my colleagues are standing here before you. In the title it says, Healthcare Sharing Plan Reporting Requirements. And I know there's many people in this chamber, and many people think that we need to report everything, we need to analyze everything, we need data on everything, we need everybody's name, number, address, next of kin, number of kin. We need to know everything about everybody, every demographic, every nitnoid detail about this, that, and the other. Well, I will tell you, the people I represent aren't interested. We just want to live. Let us live. Do you need to know everything about us? If we've got a health sharing network out there and we're taking care of ourselves and we're meeting our health care needs, do we really need somebody from the state helping us in southeast Colorado? Well, you go to Baca County and let's have a meeting about that. And boy, will you get an answer that will ring loud and spell volumes about how much help people in the far ends of my district really want. Now, you've heard me say this many times, and I'm going to speak to the bill, ma'am. In my former legislator, Wes McKinley, served 4 terms in this chamber representing House District 64. And he's a good man, and a good Democrat, and a good dear friend of mine. And I will tell you, he told me many times when I go back to visit Walsh, Colorado, where he's from, he says, you know, are they still trying to help us up there? Because we don't want their help. We don't need their help. They need to leave us alone. Let us live. Let us have the freedoms that our forefathers had. We don't need to have the state help us. Because he says, you know, it's not what you're trying to do for us, it's what you're doing to us. Well, here's another one of those, you're doing this to us, because now you want to have all these onerous reporting requirements, and then you want the Division of Insurance to have oversight, and then you're going to promulgate policy and more regulation that's going to try to regulate and control what we do. Then you're going to make more policy and regulation that says we can't do certain things we might be doing that might actually work for us in our communities. And that is the problem. So no, I'm not excited, Madam Chair, about this bill. I'm not excited about the more onerous reporting requirements. I'm not excited about another department in this state coming down on people that actually have come up with grassroots solutions that help themselves serve their own communities and help them deal with the onerous costs of health care, which are on the rise, along with everything else in this state and this country, which are inflationary pressures that are caused by bad public policy. In most cases. And so I'm here with strong objection, and I'm saying this is also more bad public policy. And it's troubling that the good amendments that my colleagues bring, well-thoughtful, well-thought-out amendments, trying to express these freedoms and liberties that we're asking for, that Coloradoans are asking for all over the state, from border to border, corner to corner, freedom and liberty. We're not respecting any of those requests to date. And with that, Madam Chair, I think I'm going to go outside and get something to eat. Thank you.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L036 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And L036 is properly displayed. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as we discussed earlier, just describing what these faith-based health care sharing ministries are. They originate from just faith-based organizations, typically churches, that say, hey, one of our members needs some help. This happens all the time. Every week, this happens where folks gather and individually help out someone amongst themselves or someone outside of their church that needs some help, and they want to pitch in individually and express that as part of their tithe. So this bill could not only impose itself on the larger structured organizations that facilitate health care sharing, but the real chilling effect could just be reaching right down into our churches themselves, churches and synagogues and so on, and require all of that reporting come from churches. Imagine that. Imagine a church that has got 400 or 500 members, and every time that they decide to pool their resources, write individual checks to somebody, even someone outside of that church, then they could be subject to all this reporting. So this amendment would at least put a cap on organizations or collections of people who are sharing of no more than 200 people. So if a church gets 175 people to each write a check for $20, $100 or something to pay for the medical expenses of someone within their membership or someone that outside their membership that they want to take care of, then they would not have to comply with 1269, and they would not have to answer to the Department of Insurance and the insurance commissioner and report everything, all of that information about it that they just want to collect, that we all know is going to lead to further regulation. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment that will limit the impact of 1269 to gatherings of health care sharing to no more than 200 people.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the information that we are asking for is information that generally would have to be filed by any nonprofit, which any of those would be a nonprofit, and this shouldn't be any more of a burden to those organizations than filing that paperwork. Additionally, it could be that those small groups are behaving in a really egregious way, and we will never know if we carve them out. And I'm really concerned that this carves out folks who may be harming consumers. And so I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I take offense, I think, a little bit to that comment. I don't think that these groups are operating in any nefarious way. When you have groups, when you have a church that comes together for the specific reason of making sure that one of their fellow parishioners, one of their friends, family members, someone else that is within the body of Christ, of course, is in need of some sort of medical attention, it is not uncommon, actually, that the church does that. And they surround that individual not just with prayer, but if there is the opportunity to offer even relief as it comes to like a meal train or something like that. So I don't think that there's any nefarious act. And again, I renew my statement of offense that this would somehow be a small group that would operate nefariously. I think that's a little too much. But I do appreciate what the sponsor of the Amendment L036, and I don't have my glasses on right now, but I offer a substitute amendment, and so I move L045 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L045 is properly displayed. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, what this does is it says 300 or more. The church that I attend and some of the ones in eastern El Paso tend to be right around 300 or so. So I just wanted to make sure that that the sentiment was still here, but that it also included those churches, those parishioners who are certainly not operating in a nefarious way. And I would further identify and point out, we've heard the conversation about the religious associations specifically with these health share networks and the role that they play. And just to put that, rather clearly, and we heard this in committee from some of the witnesses, and it's certainly something I'm familiar with, but Galatians 6:2, it says, share each other's burdens and in this way obey the law of Christ. So I offer that to the body and for those watching because it is important that we understand that there is a call to exercise your Christian faith very much in this when we hear share each other's burdens. This isn't a nefarious group of people. This isn't a nefarious attempt to operate in a capacity that would somehow bring harm to anybody. This is a group of Christians that are living together and exercising their faith. They are sharing each other's burdens and in this way obeying the law of Christ. So I just wanted to offer that and make sure that that was pretty clear and identify that there is certainly no nefarious attempt as a plate is passed to try and cover the medical costs or, like I said, even participate in a meal train for someone that may be experiencing some sort of a medical crisis within that church community. And so, anyways, like I said, back to L045 specifically, this one is 300 or more. And again, this is just a group of folks that are coming together to share each other's burdens and in this way obey the law of Christ.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought you were going to get a hot dog.
Ma'am, I think I'm going to do that after I speak at length to this amendment, because I'm getting hungry again. But those are good dogs, ma'am. So I do want to talk a little bit in all seriousness about why this amendment is so important. And those dogs are good, ladies and gentlemen. You need to get out there and get some really good food. But to the bill, not to the burgers and brats and Rocky Mountain oysters. If you think about what this amendment does, this is a rural-friendly amendment. In fact, my colleague from El Paso County is closing the rural-urban divide with this impactful amendment. And I'm going to tell you why. If you go out to where I live, where the buffalo used to roam and the tumbleweeds roll, we've got small communities, and we have a lot of small churches. Now, I could talk about in my hometown of Akron, Colorado, how many churches we have and about the general size of the congregations. And if I was going to do that, I'd start with the Foursquare Church, and then I'd go to the Methodist Church, and then I'd go to the Presbyterian Church. I'd go to the Lutheran Church. I'd talk about my Catholic Church. Did I mention the Methodist Church? But anyway, my point is this, because I know people want to go out and eat outside in these steps. But most of our congregations are less than 300. We have congregations of 30, 50, 100, 150 folks. And these are people that live in the same community, that work side by side, that are friends. Many of them are all family members and kin. And this particular amendment says, you know what, in rural Colorado, you don't have to worry about all this mess. You don't have to worry about these onerous rules and regulations. You don't have to worry about more burdensome regulation coming out of the state capitol, because now you're exempt. Our small churches and our small communities have one less thing to worry about with respect to Colorado Revised Statute that we seem to want to promulgate more and more of every year in the Gold Dome. So I'm really excited about this amendment. I'm always excited when we're closing the rural-urban divide, and I appreciate the wisdom that is in this amendment that helps my small communities and my small congregations all over 9 counties in House District 64. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you. And for all the reasons, I asked for a no vote on the amount of folks at 200. I would renew that objection at 300. I just, just a little cowboy math. $500 from 300 people is $150K a month. That's not a small amount of money. Again, these folks have to be registered as a nonprofit anyway. The information we are asking for is not any more burdensome than that, and so they should be fine with filling out those forms and letting us know who they are and where they are. And that's all we're asking is reporting information. This is not, again, a regulation bill. I would ask for a no vote on this substitute amendment.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, $500 times 300, $150,000, that's a lot of money. Per month. That's, quite frankly, that's none of our damn business. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a church, and quite frankly, a lot of the parishioners that I go to church with, they don't even have $500. And they're certainly not operating nefariously. It's none of our business how much money a member of a congregation wants to give in a plate when they look to surround someone who is in a very serious time of need. So we can quantify and suspect that somehow these parishioners and these churches have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to give. This is not a nefarious act. There is no attempt here to hide anything. The attempt solely, as we look through the lens of this amendment and the underlying amendment, quite frankly, is the role of taking care of the individual that is a member of the church that is in a time of crisis. So I took offense to the word nefarious. I certainly take offense when we start saying $500 is a lot of money and it's $150,000 a month. I mean, that's preposterous, members, and quite frankly, it is further offensive. I ask you to please support this amendment. This is something that does take place in churches, and they are concerned that this would get them caught up somehow in what 1269 is doing when all they're trying to do is take care of someone within their church.
Is there Minority Leader McKean?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So it occurred to me, because I heard that, like, this is a big dollar amount. Dick Colson, one of my constituents, runs Colson Excavating. On the shake of a hand, built a new runway for my airport for $5.4 million. Shake of a hand. So should we report that to the Division of Insurance? Because that's a big number. If what we're talking about here is the desire to control a transaction between two parties, then it's none of their business. The consumer in this transaction is exactly the person to enforce the transaction. The person who needs the help is the one to say, I need this help, and I'm getting the help I need, and this met my need, met my requirement. And they are the very people who should be policing this system, are the very people who need it the most, who are in a covenant relationship with the people who are helping them. They are the very people to say, I think we could have done this better. And we do it all the time, believe it or not, in churches constantly. We say, you know what, this is maybe a better way we could do that. So to say, because it's somehow a big number, now it requires this oversight is just simply farcical.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our system is built on this notion of unalienable rights. Two of those unalienable rights are the unalienable right to contract and the unalienable right to associate. Government is constructed by the consent of the governed, and we give particular authority to the government. Read the Declaration of Independence for further citation. You can only delegate authority you have. I cannot go to my next door neighbor and knock on their door and say, I want to understand your contractual arrangements with this group or that group. I want to understand all of these different parameters. You can't do that and expect them to actually give you that information. As a result, the people cannot delegate that authority to us. First Amendment jurisprudence goes steps further in saying that the government cannot interfere in certain religious organizations' business dealings, that they are their own jurisdictional entity. We've seen this in hiring practice decisions that the Supreme Court has put forth, as well as a number of other areas. For us to come up and say that somehow we have a right to access this information is wrong. We do not, as a state, have that authority to access this information. Not justly. Sure, you can make these laws and people will potentially abide by them, or they'll challenge them in court. But at root, we do not have the ability to infringe on these particular rights, these rights of contract and these rights of association. Not if you want to live in a free land. If you want to control everyone, sure, continue in this vein. I will also note that churches don't have the same reporting requirements that other 501c3 entities have. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I was actually going to come up during the bill discussion, but this is still germane to this amendment, especially in light of the comments from the amendment sponsor, as well as Representative Luck's comments concerning this particular amendment. And I support it, and I also support the underlying amendment, should this one not pass. But I wanted to take a moment and just read and remind everyone what we swore to uphold and protect, right? I mean, this is right here in Article 1 of the United States Constitution. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And of course, that applies to us here in the state legislature. But what's, I think, interesting about our particular state is that we have, this same basic principle codified in the Constitution in Section 4. It says, the free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination shall forever hereafter be guaranteed, and no person shall be denied any civil or political right, privilege, or capacity on account of his opinions concerning religion. The reason I flag that for everyone here is because what we're talking about with respect to if it's healthcare sharing ministries, I think the operative word there being ministries because they're based in a religious faith, or what I believe Representative Geithner and Representative Baisley are getting at here with respect to churches is absolutely important for us to keep in mind. I know there are a number of churches, including my own, that have a benevolence fund, right? So there are people that put in to that, and from that benevolence fund, they take care of people depending on a whole range of issues, including health care costs and covering those costs. And it is not the business of this state government or any other government, for that matter, to be asking for any sort of information, especially in light of the fact that their God-given right not to be infringed upon, not to be discriminated against, not to be regulated, should not be infringed. I mean, that's codified in our Constitution in the United States level as well as in the state Constitution. And I want to remind everyone here that absent this type of language, this bill, I think, stands a great chance of being challenged and should be challenged because I do view it overall as an infringement upon religious freedom and exercise. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this, and I look forward to continuing this part of the conversation on the overall bill. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment L045? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L045. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. To Amendment L036. Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So underlying amendment is just simply I didn't reach as high as Representative Geithner did. I probably should have, but even so, let's keep the state out of the church and stop the violation of our First Amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any Representative Geithner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, just one more time, here's a different version of that same verse, Galatians 6:2. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. There is clearly a command here that many folks see. And so excluding and making sure that there is that protection of those that some may deem as being nefarious, I certainly would not, have the ability to go ahead and come together as a body to take care of someone is incredibly important. And so I wanted to read just another version of that same verse from Galatians 6:2 and urge a yes vote on L036, I think it is. Yeah, L036.
Is there further discussion of L036? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there further? No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really have a lot of reservations with this bill. I don't think there's very many in this room that have probably had one of these plans. I have. My oldest daughter still has one of these plans. Have I ever had trouble with it? No, I have not. In fact, there was a point in my life, if it was not for the Medishare, the medical care sharing plan, I wouldn't have had any insurance at all. We had some serious issues when we had it. As far as health issues, they were there every time. You know, out in the country, there's 9 words that we really puts chills down our spine. It's, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. This seems like another one of those bills that puts chills down the spines of rural Coloradans and even Coloradans here in the city that have these plans. They have them because they can't necessarily afford traditional insurance. They don't like some things about traditional insurance. And these plans give them another option, a very viable option. And with that, I am opposed to this bill, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to come down and share some thoughts on this bill and also on healthcare cost sharing plans. Believe it or not, my husband and I were on a healthcare cost sharing plan for over 3 years for many of the reasons that you've heard here today. I wanted to share that many of these nonprofits are religious based. Many of them are not. Many of them are value based nonprofits that have making sure that their members have their health care cost shared among the other members. We ended up in the position of finding one of these nonprofits to help us. As small business owners, we found that after selling our business, the options on the individual market for us to cover the two of us became unaffordable. The cost for a monthly premium on the cheapest, whatever the bronze or the lowest metal plan that you can get, was going to cost just two of us $1,700 a month. And we couldn't afford that. And we are two pretty healthy people, so we went looking and ended up having a particular healthcare cost sharing plan suggested for us to look at. And the more I looked into it, the more interesting it became. And we decided to go with that particular company and had an incredibly wonderful experience. It cut our monthly expenses by over 50%.
think we were spending 700 and something a month for two of us. We had many just routine care procedures taken care of with this healthcare cost sharing plan, and we're very, very happy with it. I do believe strongly that these types of plans need to stay available for consumers, for Coloradans in our state as a choice to be able to turn to when traditional health insurance is not a good option for them. And with that, I want to applaud the bill sponsor, not only this year, but also last year, in the many, many discussions that I had with her, making sure that we protect the ability of these plans to exist in our state and to function. Learning about the plans that were not playing fairly, that were potentially cheating consumers, was of great concern for me. So to be able to strike a balance between protecting the plans that are playing fairly, that are making sure they're communicating to their members what they are, that they're not insurance, but also following through on those agreements that are made between members was really, really important to me. And the fact that this bill has evolved to the point where it is a data bill, and the data is going to be used to make sure that we are protecting consumers. It is a consumer protection measure to find out that those that are playing right in this space continue to do so, but those that are not, we are at least aware of who they are and know that we can get that information to consumers when they're looking for alternatives to health insurance, that they can see the companies that are really playing fairly. So the reason that this ended up being under kind of the reporting of the Division of Insurance is because they're the ones that were getting all the complaints. They are the ones that were getting the phone calls about the bad actors in this space not playing right. And they had really no authority or they couldn't do anything. I know it fell under the AG's office, but the complaints were going to the Division of Insurance. And so for them to be able to at least be the place where the data is collected and then shared with consumers makes sense to me. I really appreciate that this bill is not a regulatory bill. I appreciate that we're going to find out if there needs to be anything done in this space. There may not be. The first step is really to find out who's playing fair, who's not. We may find out that all of the religious and non-religious healthcare cost-sharing groups that now remain in our state are all fine and good. But we may not. And so I urge a hearty yes vote on this bill. I am all for protecting the healthcare cost-sharing groups in our state, especially the ones that provide a really great alternative. And I am, again, applaud the sponsor for all the work that she's done to get us to this spot.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1269? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I mean, as I got up and talked about, religious freedom as it related to the amendments that were offered by Representative Geithner and Representative Baisley, I wanted to come back to the bill overall and again remind the folks here, is this Section 4 in our Constitution: the free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination shall forever hereafter be guaranteed, and no person shall be denied any civil or political right, privilege, or capacity on account of his opinion concerning religion. I view this fundamentally as something that does infringe upon our religious freedoms and our liberties. Many of these ministries are just that, ministries that are based in some sort of application of faith. And, if you understand how these healthcare sharing ministries work, it further, highlights that. As has been discussed with respect to this bill, these ministries, these sharing ministries, are not insurance. They are different from that. It's where members are, in fact, covering other members' costs, healthcare costs. And so that's something I did want to zero in on, and I do have an amendment that I'll go ahead and just offer now so we can talk about it. So, Madam Chair, I move L043, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And that amendment is displayed. Rep. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, I wanted to go ahead and define what an unauthorized person was, because in the bill itself, we talk about how persons that are not authorized, shouldn't be engaging in this activity. Okay, fine. Well, what does that mean? And the best thing I could come up with, getting at the issue that I care about specifically, is to define it in the negative, and not it. So as you can see, it says, for purposes of this section, an unauthorized person shall not include any individual or individuals reimbursing other individuals for healthcare costs. The reason I think that's important is because I'm thinking of a scenario where, for instance, my mom, let's say I have some sort of healthcare need and I can't cover it on my own, but I go to my mom or my dad or a friend, parent, someone who I know personally, and we're in some sort of type of relationship. I want them to be able to cover the cost, or help me cover the cost, without them having to go to the Division of Insurance and file some report and comply with these regulations. I think that's more than reasonable. Another way to look at it is if you're a parishioner of a church, or if you have a friend. For instance, Representative Soper here just got done eating Rocky Mountain oysters, and if he were to get sick and he needed help with me trying to help cover that cost of his hospital visit, I shouldn't have, me as Let's Go Brandon Williams, shouldn't have to actually go to the Division of Insurance and then report or make these types of reports, or in fact comply with what's in the bill. I think that's more than reasonable. All kidding aside, I really think that's more than reasonable, and it's something that I think doesn't necessarily affect the bill or the intent of the bill. It only allows for these individuals not to have to fall under the umbrella of what's being done here. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment would pretty much gut the bill and the whole purpose of the bill. So I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of L043? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L043. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L044 and ask that it be displayed. So it seems that there's this deep desire to protect people, which I can understand and appreciate, especially if they are not competent adults. And so this amendment would say that this bill only applies to contracts involving minors, and that anyone who is a competent adult and is free to do risk assessment and to investigate contracts, can do all of their due diligence, that their information would remain private, and that only those contracts that somehow involve a minor would be subject to these terms. I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, and that amendment has been moved and displayed. Representative Baisley.
Go ahead, she called you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really love the gist of this bill, because this is saying...
Rep. Baisley, are you talking about the amendment or the bill?
I apologize. I meant to say amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the correction.
You're welcome.
What I appreciate about the gist of this amendment is this is really getting to the core that, hey, church members, you really need us in the Division of Insurance to ensure that you are making the right decisions with your money. And when you go to hand some cash over to someone within your congregation that really needs that help, So we want to oversee that transaction and make sure that you're taken care of. And if you join a healthcare sharing organization, then we're going to make sure that you're protected in that decision that you're trying to make for yourself as an adult. So this is a very smart amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Lantine.
Again, this is, thank you, Madam Chair, a no vote. I would have to say that all of the complaints that have been received are by adults. And, you know, I'm guessing this says that it's only fraud if it happens to kids. I'm not really sure what this says, but I'm a no vote, and I ask for a no vote from you all. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Yes, Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad that we are talking about the complaints and all the complaints that were filed. You know, I had the opportunity to listen to this bill in committee, and there was an organization that came up and testified that they represent approximately 1,700 clients. And so I asked very specifically, I said, how many complaints have been filed just out of the 1,700 clients that you represent? And the number that we heard at first was somewhere between 10 and 30. I further asked, I said, well, is it 10 or is it 30? And they just stuck with 30.
I noticed some dude making a mess of this too.
Now, the community that uses the health sharing is approximately, we estimate, approximately 50,000 people across the state. 50,000. And the most that can be pointed to in terms of complaints are 30. Do the math, members. 30. So here we have a bill that is trying to impose a burden, and we also believe that it will have a chilling effect, that is coming to remedy a problem of supposed 30. Now, out of those 30, just for further clarification, there was an attempt to communicate what some of the nature of those complaints were. I believe after hearing from, folks, proponents of the bill outside these walls, that most of those, I believe, have been addressed. Some, they've attempted to reach out. There hasn't been, communication and whatnot. But approximately 30 is the best number that was offered in committee, on the record, 30 complaints out of what we believe is 50,000 people. Now, with this amendment, I think the point that's trying to be made here is that adults have the ability to enter into contract, to seek services that they are intent upon seeking, and they are mature enough to make the decisions necessary that are in the best interest of them and their families. Because remember, there are families included in this. And we heard some of the cost shares. I think one said if there was a family of 7, I think it was approximately $571 a month. And then if there was, or 7 or more, if there was a family, I believe, of 6 or less, then there was just a married couple or a couple, and then there was just the individual. So the price, obviously, there is some variation in pricing based on the size of the family or the individual. And so when we hear about 30 complaints out of a pool of about 50,000, the idea that we're getting at with this amendment is specifically that we're talking about adults. And obviously, given the fact that there are 30 complaints out of what we suspect is about 50,000, these adults are making good decisions. They are making decisions, and they are getting services for those decisions that are in the best interest of themselves and their families. Now, we also heard from the sponsor that this is potentially that there is some nefariousness that happens within the walls of churches. And that somehow, if there's 300, then you've got $150,000 per month and all of this. Again, these are adults, and that's what this amendment is identifying, that these are adults making decisions. And those decisions, the most we can point to is 30 complaints out of a pool of 50,000. I may come back up here and actually do the math for the millions, of course, that are listening. But the idea here is this amendment is identifying the fact that adults make these decisions. That's the point in this amendment. And the point in the bill, as far as I am concerned, is that somehow maybe adults, these 50,000 adults specifically, are either embarking upon something that could be seen as nefarious. I'm not sure how that makes sense and how that isn't offensive. I can't see that. But the idea here is that adults make these decisions intentionally. 30 people out of 50,000, 30 complaints out of 50,000. I think we need to keep that in perspective because the bill says that the state knows better, that the state knows better. This amendment clarifies that the adult knows better. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was under the impression that this bill was about data and not fraud. So if that's the case, then all this amendment does is ensure that the data of consenting competent adults is not shared because presumably they are consenting and competent and they don't need the government to be their parent. Thank you.
Is there further? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I got some assistance from one of my colleagues. The math, just so that we're clear, if there is approximately 30 complaints out of a pool of 50,000, that's 0.0006% of just this population where there has been a complaint. And yet before us we have 1269. The amendment here offers clarity that adults can embark upon decisions that are in the best interest of themselves and their families, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L044? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L044. All those in favor say aye. All those against, no? The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, forgive me for my brief absence from this debate. I was enjoying one of those hot dogs, but I'm back now. So, members, I wanted to go ahead and offer a different amendment here. So I'll just move it and we'll go to it. But I move L041 and ask that it be displayed.
Oh, thank you. How thoughtful, Dave.
I always forget. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Brand, yeah.
And that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, what this would do is it would define what payment or reimbursement of healthcare costs or services is, but more specifically is not. And it would not include the payment or reimbursement of healthcare costs or services by one member of a plan or arrangement for another member of the plan or arrangement. The reason I think this is important is because, again, healthcare sharing ministries, they're not insurance. And if what we're trying to do is treat them like insurance, then we should make sure that we're only regulating those healthcare sharing ministries that operate like insurance. Instead, what this does is it precludes members covering other members' healthcare costs because that's not insurance. We've had a number of our members here in the minority come up and talk about the differences between what insurance is and what this business model is, so I won't necessarily get into that. But my point in all this is that if we're going to regulate healthcare sharing ministries like insurance, then okay, let's only regulate those that actually operate like insurance, which I don't think is any one of them, but you know, who knows? Maybe one of them will pop up and they'll begin to act like an insurance company. If they do, then they can be regulated like one. But if they're not, then we shouldn't regulate them because that's not what it is. And they shouldn't be under the authority of the Division of Insurance. That's something that absolutely shouldn't happen. And so that's why I would ask for a yes vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I will ask for a no vote. This, again, brings up the issue of safe harbor. And again, safe harbor is when, you know, we say that, you know, you're not supposed to do this, but then it's okay if you do and we can't hold you responsible for it. This guts our bill and prevents any enforcement or any action for any egregious wrongdoing on any part of a healthcare cost-sharing arrangement. And I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this speaks to the very heart of the debate that we're having here. This amendment, it simply says that it's essentially not the government's job to stand between one member and one person and another from sharing or spending money to cover another member's costs. And once again, health care sharing, which the bill is trying to regulate and try to put on lists and things like that, is not insurance, but the bill is treating them as it is insurance and tries to add regulatory schemes to it. I think this is a perfectly acceptable amendment, and if this amendment, by simply saying that one member can cover another member's costs, if that guts the bill, then this bill has a very serious problem. This bill is very dangerous for the people of Colorado. As we've heard today in debate already, it can be argued very clearly that it violates the First Amendment of the Constitution. It violates the Article 2 of the Colorado Constitution, violates the freedom of religion, the freedom of association, and more. This amendment would help clear up the air here. But if this is what guts the bill, then this is a very, very dangerous bill, because this amendment doesn't really say a whole lot other than it's not the government's job to get between one person and another. What if this amendment is basically covering, as was said previously, if someone in our caucus were to get sick and the caucus got together and said, you know what, let's help this family out, let's help this person out. This amendment would allow that to happen. But if that's what guts the bill, this is a very dangerous bill for the people of Colorado.
Is there further discussion of L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Aye. The amendment is lost. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. You know, we've had some discussion up here, and in fact, I'll offer for the chamber and those listening in the idea that we had Amendment L021, which was offered, and the purpose in L021, as explained by the sponsor, who is the sponsor of the bill, that it offered some clarification because these sharing networks are not insurance, and so L021 helped to provide that. And with that in mind, I move L034, and I ask that it be displayed.
And that is properly moved and displayed. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, this impacts specifically page 3, line 1, and that has to do with one of the sections of the bill. And it says here, person not authorized by the commissioner pursuant to Article 3 of this title to offer insurance in this state that offers or intends to offer a plan or arrangement to facilitate payment or to cover health care costs or services for residents of this state, regardless of whether the person is domiciled in the state or another state, shall submit to the commissioner by October 1st, 2022, and by March 1st of the year thereafter, and then it continues on. The idea here of this amendment is to strike the ability for the Division of Insurance to offer any rulemaking authority. And that's a very specific reason, or there's a very specific reason why, and that's because, remember, L21 or L021 clarified that this is sharing, it is not insurance, so therefore the idea of premiums or I think there was emphasis on the word reimbursement might have been the idea that was emphasized there. But the idea that since this is not insurance and it should not be treated as insurance, why then in the world is 1269 saying that all this information needs to be reported to the Division of Insurance? I offered in committee that by putting this authority specifically with the Division of Insurance, it will certainly create the confusion that the sponsor so eloquently talks about when they say that they may be duped or misled as to what this is. So here we are, we're going to mislead as policymakers in this building by putting this in the Division of Insurance and leading them to believe that it's somehow insurance when we've heard it said multiple times that this is not insurance. Members, I'm kind of confused and I'm trying to argue the point. So the idea here of this amendment is to specifically say that the Division of Insurance doesn't have rulemaking authority because this isn't insurance, and we shouldn't go about confusing the public by putting something within the Division of Insurance that isn't insurance. So I urge a yes vote on L034. I think we've offered before that the Attorney General's office is the best place for this, and that's arguably where it is now. So bringing it into the Division of Insurance just doesn't seem appropriate considering that it's not insurance. So this amendment helps to eliminate the ability for the Division of Insurance to promulgate rules. Furthermore, I would offer, I have concerns that there might be an intent to prevent sharing from happening altogether. And if we empower the Division of Insurance through 1269, do those 50,000 people, which certainly it's a minority group, I get it, it's not the majority, but that minority group might somehow lose out on a service that they have contracted with that is providing them essential services and coverage that they need when it comes to medical issues. So I would urge a yes vote on L034.
Representative Lantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I say anything, I have to recognize that we have a former member in the House, former Representative Jenny Arndt. Yay! I'm sorry, Mayor, Your Honor, Arndt. It's good to see you. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Folks, whenever we pass any legislation here, regardless of what department it's going to, there is always a rulemaking process that follows. And this would create an exception and not allow the Division of Insurance to carry out and implement this bill. And so I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while it may be common practice in many of the bills to authorize the executive branch to take over our job, I would submit to you that the better course of action is actually to do our job and legislate from here instead of delegating that to the executive branch. And unlike bridging the urban-rural divide once again the three branches into executive and judicial. I will also note that there are a number of comments that have been made as well as formal documents that have been submitted by the Department of Insurance that does lend to the argument that there is a bias against these programs from the Department of Insurance. That should concern us to give additional authority to a group that seems biased against this. And so I rise in support of this, not only to preserve our constitutional authority, but also to ensure protection for these groups so that they are not unjustly harmed by those making these decisions. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you'll bear with me, I have another amendment here and a lot of paperwork. Members, I move L035, and I ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. And Amendment L035 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'd like to, share specifically some of the text from this amendment specifically. And so I'll read some, and I think it'll be a little self-explanatory, but I will offer further clarification. It says, nothing in this section shall be applied in a manner that fosters an excessive government entanglement with religion. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit any protection of religious exercise rights under federal, state, or local law, otherwise applicable to any person operating a religious organization, sharing program, or to any participant in the religious organization sharing program exercising the participant's religious beliefs, or nothing in this section shall substantially burden the religious exercise of any person operating a religious organization sharing program, or of any participant in a religious organization sharing program exercising the participant's religious beliefs, unless the state can demonstrate that the enforcement is the least restrictive means of furthering a compelling government interest. So members, we said that there's approximately 50,000 people that make up this community that utilize this particular service. Someone in committee said, you know, by doing this reporting, that if there is somehow a chilling effect or some sort of limitation on sharing ability, that they could go to the exchange. Members, I would point out that there is a very specific reason why people look to sharing. And that is because when they look at their option with the exchange, it does not conform with their religious beliefs. There is something there that does not conform with their beliefs. This is their relief, and that is why the Affordable Care Act specifically carves them out. So here's legislation specifically before us in 1269 that in the minds of many is an impediment to the freedom of association, the freedom of religion. We're empowering the government, we're empowering the Division of Insurance to promulgate rules which many believe will have a direct effect on their ability to offer protection to their family as it comes to whatever the medical need that they have. And that the idea that 1269 could somehow prevent them from being able to meet their medical needs, albeit within the confines of their firmly held religious beliefs, is incredibly concerning. The reason the First Amendment includes some of this is because it's the first and most essential amendment. It is the foundation under which this country has been built. And there is at least 50,000 people that look at sharing as a way in which they can not only provide something for their family, but they can also exercise their firmly held religious convictions and beliefs. This amendment specifically addresses the very important essence of why they look to sharing over insurance. It will absolutely do nothing that would encroach upon that ability, and there is. And I think we've heard it said. Quite frankly, members, I think if this bill passes, I think that churches should stand up and they should make their way to the courts. Because I do see a direct implication for how this could infringe upon your First Amendment, because specifically the ministries and such that run this do have firmly held religious beliefs, and they have set these things up to meet the religious needs of what I would argue is the body of Christ. And so it's essential that we have this level of protection that L035 offers. And once more, I'll offer for you. Galatians 6:2. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. This amendment, L035, specifically recognizes that, and it is essential that it be a part of 1269 if 1269 is to move forward. I urge a yes vote on L035.
Yeah, Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Had to get it right.
I rise in support of Amendment L035. In a day and a time when we were able to be blessed enough to recognize the various faiths that are represented here under the Capitol, this amendment speaks to the very precept of ensuring that we recognize the freedom of religion here underneath the Golden Dome and among the people in the state of Colorado who should be free fundamentally and foundationally to exchange an agreement under contract, to exchange funds, and to enter into a process in which their freedom of religion is held sacrosanct. So in recognition of our day of all of the different faiths that are representative here at the Capitol, I rise in support of L035.
Representative Carver.
I rise in support of this amendment. This is reflecting basic constitutional principles. If you actually did a summary of Supreme Court law on freedom of religion and freedom of association, these are the fundamentals. It is also curious to me that if you look at data disclosure that is applied to in both freedom of association and freedom of religion, I think this bill is vulnerable to litigation in both regards. I guess time will tell. One more bill hostile to religious faith making its way up the courts from Colorado. I would urge passage of this amendment. I don't know that at least it shows a recognition of basic constitutional parameters, although I think the underlying provisions of the bill are still ill-advised. Ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Is there further? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the debate that we've had on this particular measure and on this amendment. I make this comment with respect to this amendment, but also with respect to others that have been seen, which is if you're a law firm associate somewhere in the next few years trying to figure out what this law means and what it doesn't mean, you may have to listen to the recordings of us talking, which I apologize to you in advance for having to listen to us, but also note that the presumption of constitutionality of the laws that we pass is clearly established in law, and the amendments that claim illegality or constitutionality, if they're all defeated, I don't know if they're all going to be, I don't know, any amendment could pass on any given day, but let's say they are all defeated, that the presumption of constitutionality still exists and is a protection for this law, that this body determined that notwithstanding the arguments that were made against this law, okay, against this law claimed unconstitutionality, they were rejected, and the presumption of constitutionality of the law that we pass, the laws we pass, all stands. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, it's interesting when a state law is challenged based on constitutional grounds. They certainly look at the language, they look at the legislative history, they look at the debate. I am unaware of any legal presumption that deems a state law passed, especially if you look at the language of the bill and or the debate. It is those words, that discussion, which is going to indicate the what the intent and consequences of the bill are. And the court is going to look at the full record, both the language of the bill as well as the legislative history, in making that determination. Quite frankly, there are a number of cases where the government has mandated disclosure of nonprofits and struck those down. There's an even more stringent set of requirement if the government is mandating disclosure of religious organizations. And in the past has struck some of those down. I believe this bill is vulnerable to that kind of litigation challenge. But again, supportive of this current amendment and believe this bill is ill-advised.
Representative Geithner? Oh, Representative Gray.
And I promise that I will stop being a junior member of judiciary after this, but our website, the Colorado Legislative website, lays out the presumption of constitutionality of the things that we pass here. I'm not going to start giving you case sites. I have them. If you want them, come find me. I'm not going to take up any more time, but literally ledge.colorado.gov, learn those rules. But it is actually a legal rule of interpretation in the state that statutes we pass are presumed to be constitutional, and I can show anybody who wants to see that the case sites they need to understand that rule, but it's not a disputed rule. It's a undisputed rule. Thank you.
Representative Leontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll state the obvious. Most of you know I'm not an attorney, so I am not going to have a debate on First Amendment rights. What I will say about this bill does not prevent the free association of anyone in the expression of religious freedom. So there's nothing in this that would prevent people from or keep anyone from their religious freedoms. So I don't believe this is relevant to the bill, and I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it wasn't relevant, well, then it should have been title challenged, and it hasn't been. So I find that it is relevant to the bill. I think the idea here, even if there is a presumption of constitutional conformity, I guess, when we pass policy, then this should just further reinforce the fact that it is constitutional because it recognizes our First Amendment right and the freedom of association. The idea here that you have a community of 50,000 and predominantly that community of 50,000 does hold firmly held religious beliefs that says they are not comfortable going to because it would violate their firmly held religious beliefs if they went to the exchange or something else is the purpose in this amendment. And so I urge support for this amendment. Let's make sure that we are conforming with constitutional rights, not just of the people or not just within the confines of the Colorado Constitution, but also our U.S. Constitution. I urge a yes on this amendment.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L035? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's interesting, earlier in this session, there was another data bill related to healthcare, and it was, determined that was wrong because it would be an infringement and it would be a burden and it would unnecessarily prevent people from getting certain services. So it's interesting that in this dialogue that standard no longer applies. What I will say is that, yes, of course, people can continue to associate with each other, but now there's added risk. Now there's risk that they otherwise wouldn't have had because now their information can become public, and what will other people do with that information? We live in a society where when information is collected and when data is compiled, people dox each other, people go after each other, people silence each other or seek to cancel each other. And so while, yes, there is still an opportunity for people to associate, this will have a chilling effect on people associating in these ways for fear that their data will be released, and that's not an appropriate conclusion.
Representative Leontine.
I would just like to follow up that this bill in no way collects any data on any individual person. Just organizations and number of members, but never any individual data is ever collected. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just again, to be consistent, that prior bill also had those same protections, and yet it was determined by the committee not to allow for that. And so I do think that it is important for us to realize that this data being collected will have that opportunity as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the amendment itself, we've touched on this a couple times, and I'm grateful for Representative Geithner for putting it pen to paper and really, drawing this this part of it out. The reason I think this is necessary is because I think there would be some sort of effect on people's participation and, by extension, their worship or how they interact with one another as it relates to their faith. One of the things that I would point out with respect to this amendment and the overall bill is if the bill were passed absent this amendment, it would certainly have a chilling effect not only on people joining healthcare ministries, but those that would stay within those healthcare sharing ministries as members. Their overall healthcare costs are going to increase just by the simple fact that the administrative fees associated with being a member of that organization are going to go up. And that's just objectively true. When we have new regulations placed on the books, that's going to increase the cost of essentially compliance. And so if we're increasing the cost of compliance, then that's going to ultimately get passed on to the member or the consumer in this case. But again, this bill is not treating, this bill is treating healthcare sharing ministries like insurance, and they should not. What this amendment would do is would help to ensure that those that are sincerely, practicing their faith, they would not be subject to those increased costs. They would not be subject to those increased additional burdens. They would not have to comply with onerous regulations that I think are very, very clearly against these types of business models and these ministries. And that, again, it's not the business of this government to, I would say, punish these entities. So again, when it comes to religion, when it comes to our ability to practice our faith in whatever reasonable way we see fit, it's not the purpose or point of the government to come in and harm us or try to put their thumb on us or anything of that sort. So that's why I believe that this amendment is absolutely necessary, because it does in fact reinforce these basic constitutional principles. But the practical effect is it's going to help save healthcare costs for these members. And last time I checked, it was certainly a stated priority of this state government to make sure we don't increase the healthcare costs of anyone. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Is there further discussion of division? A division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess. committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L035. A division has been called. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L035, please stand or raise your hand and stay standing, or with your hand raised. You can sit down. All those opposed to Amendment L035, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing until the vote has been counted. L035 is lost. The further discussion of House Bill 1269. Seeing none, the question before, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, at root, what is this bill really doing, and is it actually advancing the kind of state that we desire to advance? These health sharing ministries provide community. They provide connection. They provide relationship. You know, we hear about these big bad insurance companies and how they're just dominated by corporate greed and how they're transactional and they don't actually care about the patients and the people. And here we have these programs that do care about the people, that come alongside, that write cards to each other, that say, is there anything else I can do for you? That pray for each other, that build community, that let those patients know that there are other people around who care about them. Make no mistake, whether this is just a data bill or not, the impact of it is going to see these ministries, these services, truncated, if not halted. Is that really the kind of state that we want to create? We talk about these other solutions, helping people through other means. If government is the only option, then we're going to continue to see costs, right? We're going to continue to need to find additional monies to provide for our people's health care. And here you have people who are reaching out and saying, I will willingly contribute. I will willingly serve. I will willingly help you. And not just provide you money, but provide you with all of these other supports. Is that really the kind of thing we want to eliminate or minimize or hinder in our state? We talk about community all of the time in this building, and here is an opportunity to build genuine community and come alongside and serve one another without the government involved. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe for those who the state is their savior, they struggle to understand that there are others who see a God elsewhere and are willing to serve under his model. Please don't vote for this bill. Don't vote in favor of this bill.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've actually stayed in this room for the entire debate. And of course, I'm standing here in opposition to this bill. You know, we really don't need the government to act as a watchdog or meddle in our lives. And yesterday, there was a quote by our governor that could probably be used on any bill on any given day, but this is the bill we're talking about today. When he went after another state, and he talked about in Colorado, we don't meddle in the affairs of companies. Well, we're meddling in the affairs of people's lives right here. So I would suggest that maybe the governor was channeling his inner Pinocchio. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks at home, and hopefully pastors listening in, remember what we've been hearing from the sponsors of the bill about this bill is that we just need the information. The implication being that there would be no regulations to follow. And then we heard the words nefarious. We heard that we don't want the churches and others to avoid responsibility. We heard the word enforcement, and that there's always a rulemaking process that follows legislation. The Department of Insurance that is given this authority within this bill has publicly stated its bias against healthcare sharing. You can still find that on the Department of Insurance website. Now, we offered 2 amendments to prevent the state from including churches in these reporting requirements, especially those that maintain a beneficent fund. Those were both voted down. We offered an amendment to ensure there would be no entanglement with religion, and that was voted down. Churches, Christian churches, Bible-based churches, when you set out to follow what Representative Geithner repeated, Galatians 6:2, as a motivation to carry each other's burdens, and in this way fulfill the law of Christ, this is challenged by the state here today. Remember, we have the state constitution for the state of Colorado that Representative Geithner especially had quoted, and that Representative Soper as well. And we have the United States Constitution. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, nor the free exercise thereof. Congress shall make no law respecting the free, nor restricting the free exercise of religions. So to my colleagues, we cannot vote for this bill and simultaneously uphold our oath of office. Our oath of office, of course, to uphold the Constitution of the United States and our Constitution of the state of Colorado. And to pastors, churches, you stood silent way too long. Our pledge even says that we are one nation under God, not God under one nation. It's time you rise up. Rise up, church. Stand for yourself. Stand for the mission given you by Galatians. We are one nation under God, not the other way around.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I'm down here to ask you to vote no. I don't want to hide that under the basket for a couple of different reasons. Number one, something came up that people decided they could take care of it themselves. So they created a model, and it's been working. For better or worse? I'm not sure what I heard, but anyway. The model's been working. We've heard testimony this morning that 30 out of 50,000 had a problem with it. I can tell you that it seems like we're doing something that may not be necessary. But a lot of times government will do that. The other thing I want to bring up is that I don't know if you got your notice, but the insurance for those of us that carry it with the state of Colorado is coming up. We got to go sign up for our insurance. And how many of you are totally happy with all the insurance, different products that we buy in the state of Colorado? You know, I'm not that happy with it. It's the best that I can find, so I'm going to pay for it. But the point I'm trying to make is we need to be taking a look at all of insurance in the state of Colorado, not just this type. If you want to call it insurance, if you want to call it health share, it seems to have been working. And I'm one of those people that I don't particularly want to tinker with things that are working. This has the opportunity to help people. I don't want to take that opportunity away. And if we're going to collect information and those kind of things, but let's not try to reach out and remedy something that's been working for a number of years and is working in other states. Anyway, I don't want to waste too much of your time, but I want you to know this is one of those bills where really vote no.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We come together here in this chamber to have a lot of discussions. And we have discussions about how taxpayer dollars are spent, in which departments and for what purpose. $36 billion, and as often said, that's 36 billion with a B. That's a lot of money. More money than probably all of us in this combined chamber will see in a lifetime. And when I think about the different kinds of ways we spend this money and where we spend $36 billion, and how that is connected to the reality of House Bill 1269, where there is a clear distinction that the sacredness of the First Amendment, freedom of religion, that the freedom to enter into contract with other communities and other people so that we can freely spend our money, a foundational precept here in the United States of America, is under attack. The word chilling effect has been used again and again, and that is highly accurate. And I've heard the words described in this dialogue that don't give a favorable kind of description to this kind of health sharing. So I thought I'd do a little more research. And when I look up what does it look like to be a part of a health sharing cost, from both the proponents and the opponents of this kind of exchange, free exchange of money, free exchange of contract, it seems to represent every single thing that we're trying to accomplish here under the Golden Dome. Even the proponents of health sharing openly describe it in conjunction to the things that we try to accomplish here. It is community driven. Our bills here are often described as community driven or to benefit the community. We pass bills here to support health and healthy living. And yet even the proponents, those who might not want to engage in health sharing, describe it as being focused on healthy living. It is efficient and it reduces costs. And is that not again the things that we are passing legislation about here in the Colorado Capitol in order to save money and to be efficient? It is accessible. We also hear the word accessible over and over again as we pass legislation, that we want to make things accessible to people. This is a descriptor by the proponents and the opponents, both. They can agree that this is something to be valued, this is something to be shared, and I would submit to my colleagues certainly not something to be attacked by the Colorado Commissioner of Insurance as something that is nefarious. I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf. Back from lunch.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
That just lightens my spirit. Sense of congeniality in this chamber is wonderful. I know this is a difficult issue, but I will tell you that there are questions of legality, there are questions of constitutionality. For a system that was put together by good Christian people trying to take care of themselves. Now, I'm going to tell you something about where I grew up, because where I grew up, I heard it 1,000 times as a kid. God takes care of those who take care of themselves. God takes care of those who take care of themselves. This is a system put together by godly Christian people in an attempt to take care of themselves. For anybody to imply nefariousness is poppycock. Look that word up, poppycock. It's pure poppycock. It's ridiculousness. You ever watch that on MTV, Dylan? Ridiculousness. It's a great show. I kind of like it. Anyway, I digress, Madam Chair. But in all sincerity, this bill is overreach. Good country people and even people in the urban corridor don't want this type of legislation, which implies that somebody is doing something wrong. Now, I'm going to tell my good colleagues in this chamber, $150,000 isn't that much money. Look at the state payroll. There's people making more than that working for the state government. It's not that much money. So to imply that a little church can't raise $150,000 to pay medical expenses for some young child that has a respiratory illness or maybe has cancer, and you just want to take care of this little person to get them better, so you do the health sharing model, which works, and now the state's saying, oh, no, we got to see that. We got to check that information. It's almost like they want to do an audit. You have to report everything. I'm sure there's going to be some fees associated with this down the road, and there's going to be other charges. I can only imagine as government grows what'll be next. Now, I will tell Colorado, for those of you that are listening, Colorado, here's how you've got to solve this, because it's not going to get solved in this chamber. The constitutionality of this bill is in grave question. You're going to have to rally yourselves, and now you're going to have to do some cost sharing to prepare for litigation. Instead of health care sharing, Colorado, for those of you that want to do this without extreme government oversight, prepare to do legal care sharing or cost sharing, as you have to take this through the court system to the state Supreme Court to have your civil liberties under the First Amendment and also under the state Constitution protected. I think that evidence has been presented today. I believe my colleague from El Paso County actually went over it in great detail. I will tell you, Colorado citizens don't want more government. They don't want more overreach. They don't want more oversight. Big Brother does not need to be so big that Big Brother sees everything that we do, from cradle to grave. Every little thing. because they need all the data. They need to do all the analysis. They need to have oversight over everything. Is there no freedom? Is there no individual freedom? As it gets whittled away by legislation like this. The only way Colorado citizens who aspire to not have this type of legislation, this burdensome overregulation imposed upon you, is through the judicial branch to challenge the constitutionality of it and have it overturned. So you can say to the proponents of this, you see, the courts even say that this violates my civil rights, my individual rights, my First Amendment rights, my freedom. The freedom for my church, just to help take care of the congregants in my church. By pooling our money together and paying for medical expenses as individuals to try to take care of these costs. Is that so much to ask today? Well, obviously it is, because it has been asked. We've asked for compassionate amendments. We've asked for kind and considerate amendments. We've had some of the smartest people in my caucus propose what I would call reasonable amendments. Even asking for a bit of compromise, and we get none. We get no quarter, as they say in military terms. We get no quarter from the opposite side in this regard. My colleague from El Paso County, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader, is very passionate about this. As a good Christian man, he knows the value of this in his community. He knows that it does not need regulation, it does not need oversight, and it does not need to have the burden of these reporting requirements or the Commissioner of Insurance imposing on this type of arrangement. In fact, I think it's been stated it's not even insurance, so how does it count? If it's not insurance, how does the Commission of Insurance even get the opportunity to have a say? Well, you got to find somebody to regulate it. Pick a department. How can anybody do anything on their own without government oversight? We couldn't possibly live that way. But wait a minute. For centuries we lived that way. In the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1800s, the 1900s, this country was made great, and it wasn't made great by excessive government regulations. In fact, it was made great by more personal freedom and liberty, and for groups and organizations to express that. And what really frustrates me is the fact that there is no consideration and no quarter from any of that today from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And this isn't even my issue, ladies and gentlemen. I just watch, sitting on a bale of hay at the side of the barn, and go, wow, what are we doing here? What are we doing, Colorado? Well, Coloradoans, pay close attention, because this is what you get when you got what you got in the Gold Dome.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening to a lot of the debate on this bill, and I remain opposed to it and wanted to make sure that I told some of you why. Back 6 or 7 years ago, I served on, both health committees, and there was a bill coming through that had something to do with actual insurance, and we heard a lot back in those days about how many people were covered by health insurance, and how after the Affordable Care Act was passed, how more and more people in our state were covered. And we'd hear the different groups coming in saying, well, X percent of children are covered now, and all these families are covered now. Well, then I would hear from constituents that would say, well, I may have a little card that says I have insurance, but but I can't use it because the copays are too high. So this was an alternative for those families. This type of program was an alternative for families that couldn't afford the various government in health insurance programs. So religions and Christian groups, the different ministry groups, came through with an option for families. It is not insurance. I've seen the paperwork. I've looked at it. One of my family members was on one of these programs for several years, and I remember seeing, she asked me to help her with some of the paperwork, and I read it, and it said right across the top, this is not insurance. They made it very clear that they were not trying to fill the role of health insurance the same way that the Affordable Care Act programs and the health exchange, things like that, that would subsidize, that would give various levels of welfare to people that needed help paying premiums. They made it very clear that this was not their role. They were not trying to do that. But anyway, as this discussion was happening and people were coming into committee all those years ago, I remember somebody, at least a couple of the legislators that were on the committee, listened to one of the Colorado citizens that came in saying, well, we don't have insurance. We use this ministry program. And because the people on the committee had never heard of it, I still saw their shocked faces. They're going, well, what is that? And then one of them even asked the witness, the giving testimony, well, what are you talking about? What is that? She explained what her family used to help them cover their health care costs. And I remember leaving committee that day, talking to one of my colleagues, saying, this was a mistake for her to talk about this. We will see control over this type of program in the coming years. It actually took about 5 or 6 years. I guess I'm glad it didn't happen the very next year, but unfortunately, we're seeing this now. I understand this is data collection, not necessarily control, but I can tell you right now, collecting data can often be just a very first step in government. You've all seen it. I'm sure you've all seen it, whether you were here elected in this chamber or not. Collecting data is often the first step towards having control. Back to my constituents that had health insurance, whether it was through the exchange or whether it was through their place of employment, many of them could not afford to use it because of skyrocketing co-pays and deductibles. And so again, we're back to an alternative form of helping people that need help. I mentioned that one of my family members used one of these programs. She did not put money into a pool of any kind. I know that was covered an hour or two ago, that the money is not pooled, but I remember her asking me to proofread one of her notes once, just because there were a couple words in there that she wasn't sure it was spelled right and things like that. So her monthly premium was a couple $100, and she was sending it to a family in another state that had some type of health crisis. And she wrote the sweetest note when she sent her check directly to this family, and they had told her how to make it out. The check was made out to, I believe, the father of the family. And she wrote a note that she had heard about their crisis. She was praying for them. She hoped to have good news that the money that she was sending them was able to cover whatever procedure it was that this family needed help covering. It was definitely something that was handled via a church type of program. It was handled through this ministry, and she was praying for these people. This has no right or business to be governed by us here in this chamber. This is being done outside of the government, as we have made ultimately clear throughout this discussion. It is not health insurance. The people all recognize that they may or may not get 100% of their costs covered. It is absolutely a program that is a ministry meant to help people via the church, people that are obeying their charge to help people that need help. One of the other verses, aside from the ones that you've already heard today, commands us to help widows and orphans. Many of the people that were in this, or that are in this program, fall into that category. They may or may not want to go turn into government dependents and go on government programs for their health care. They may want to access various health care through on their own and then have this opportunity for reimbursement through the church. And I'm saying through the church with a capital C, the worldwide church is what I'm talking about here, not a specific denomination or a specific church. This bill is unnecessary. It's a complete overreach. Collecting this data, as you've heard before, and I'll say it again, is frankly none of our business. And it is something that we should absolutely say that this is not needed, that if people want to have all of their health care costs covered, there are various ways that they can do it via government programs that have all kinds of assistance for people that choose to accept it, that want to accept it, that have different types of conditions that may force them to accept it. But this program is outside of the insurance world, and putting the people that choose to use this ministry under the purview of the Department of Insurance is a huge mistake. It is an overreach. It is absolutely something that we should be recognizing has a chilling effect on many of the citizens of Colorado that live here for the freedoms that used to be very apparent and seeable and are guaranteed to us in the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Colorado. I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to come up one more time and express my opposition to this bill. A couple of things that I'll highlight right off the bat is that I believe this bill violates religious freedom. The tenets that we find in the First Amendment as well as in the Colorado Constitution, I think, are very clear that we cannot infringe upon the exercise of the religious liberties and freedoms that people enjoy, and this bill certainly does that. Healthcare sharing ministries are based and founded in some of the biblical principles that were laid out by my colleagues here in the minority. So I won't go over that again, but at the heart of what these ministries do, they are designed to follow the tenets of the Christian faith. Certainly a faith I subscribe to and I understand very well. And I really do appreciate members of my caucus articulating those tenets. The one thing that I will also point out is I believe that this actually increases the costs, healthcare costs specifically, to the members that are a part of these healthcare sharing ministries. We didn't get a good opportunity to talk too in depth about it, but I think it bears repeating that should we have these regulations, these new regulations, this new law passed, there is going to be a cost of compliance. Now, whether or not you agree with those new regulations kind of still doesn't detract from the point that someone has to comply with this. Someone has to make sure that they're dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. And if anyone has been in any sort of business, you understand that the cost of complying with regulation can be great. And with that cost comes a burden onto the consumer, onto the members. And if the stated goal of this state government is to drive the cost of health care down, this bill does the opposite and will do the opposite. Another thing I'll point out is that this bill will have a chilling effect on people from actually joining these healthcare sharing ministries, and it will probably drive more people to the insurance companies, if I had to guess. Now, I'm not against insurance companies, but I do know that there have been discussions about some of the problems associated with insurance companies, and I can tell you that that perhaps if we're going to be creating policy that drives more people to insurance companies, that we should in fact be mindful of the outstanding problems that are still within that industry. We did offer amendments. We offered amendments that were very reasonable. I offered one which would have allowed people such as a family member or a friend from not having to report to the Division of Insurance. The fact that the proponents said that this would gut the purpose of their bill, I think is troubling. Representative Van Winkle, articulated this very well. If my mom has to report to the Division of Insurance because she helped me cover health care costs, then there's a fundamental problem with the bill. Again, healthcare sharing ministries aren't insurance, and they should not be treated as such. And I do want to talk about this. I know there's been reference to 50,000 members of these healthcare sharing ministries, and out of that, there have only been 30 complaints. But I would say there's actually more than 50,000 people that are affected by this because of the churches and the other ministries that might be involved in charitable giving or benevolence funds. We don't really have that number available to us, but I assure you that there are plenty of churches, ministries, houses of worship that engage in this type of activity because it's a part of their faith. They are called to look after one another as they worship the Lord. If we get in the middle of that, then we are in effect not only potentially hurting the 50,000 members that we know of in these healthcare sharing ministries, but we're also affecting regular churchgoers, parishioners, congregants that live out their faith in this way. And that's something that we really shouldn't take lightly. Ultimately, though, we shouldn't pass a bill like this because it does negatively affect those who wish to worship in the way that they choose and know how, as it relates to helping take on the burden of sharing these healthcare costs. And ultimately, I'll say this. I think it was said best by Representative Baisley, certainly said by Representative Geithner, that regardless of the intent of this bill, the bill itself is an attack on religious activities and beliefs. And it would certainly be advisable if this were to pass that church organizations, people with sincerely held religious beliefs, take this to court. I believe it was Representative Holtorf who said, take it to state court, but I happen to think that this is ripe for a court case in federal court because it is a clear violation of the First Amendment, as well as a violation of what's already outlined in the Colorado Constitution. Members, this is not the type of policy we should be engaged in. And one more thing I do want to add before I forget this, is that one other reason why we don't want this type of healthcare sharing ministry under the provision of the Division of Insurance is because, one, it's not insurance. And at the risk of encouraging Representative Holtorf to come back down here, the way I look at it is if City Slicker was somehow put in charge of Representative Holtorf's ranch, that's not something we should be mandating for a Division of Insurance to be overseeing something that's not insurance. That's not the proper role for that particular actor, in the same way that if I were to come to Representative Holtorf's ranch and I tell him how to run his ranch, that wouldn't make sense because that's not my business. So if we're really going to have experts overseeing all this, then I would submit to everyone here that the Division of Insurance is not the person that we should be giving this type of purview to. So I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, during committee, one of the comments offered by one of the committee members was, why do we even need health sharing? Because we have like GoFundMe. And in the beginning of this debate, I referenced the role that health sharing has as you look at the Affordable Care Act. There is a strict provision in that says that the Affordable Care Act recognizes health sharing as something that would alleviate anybody that didn't necessarily acquire insurance, the penalties that are associated with that. But I will point out, and I think it's important that we recognize this, that there is a firm belief that this would actually even have an impact on GoFundMe, which many people use. GoFundMe, if you go to their page, it clearly says, get help with medical fundraising. With a GoFundMe, you can get immediate help with medical bills. So even, just another app which is very common, potentially will be roped in and impacted directly by 1269. This is the third attempt at this bill. It's been run in 20, it's been run in 21, and now here we are in 2022. And I am adamantly opposed to it for numerous reasons, and just a few of them. Healthcare sharing is not insurance. But House Bill 1269 treats it as such by characterizing sharing as unauthorized and by putting it under the regulatory umbrella of the Division of Insurance. Putting it under the umbrella of Division of Insurance will not only and will certainly create confusion amongst the public, because now all of a sudden, if it's not insurance, but it's going to be put under the Division of Insurance, folks are going to have to work through the Division of Insurance if they have questions or other things, and it's just something that might be new to them. So I have a little bit of concern with that. There was some written testimony that we received, and this one is specifically from the Colorado State Association of Health Underwriters, CSAHU. And they wrote in some of their testimony, these plans are not insurance. And the Colorado State Association of Health Underwriters does feel very strongly that because they are not insurance, that the oversight of these plans should be under the Attorney General's office and not with the Division of Insurance. Yet here's a policy that puts it under the purview of the Division of Insurance, and not only does it put it under the purview of the Division of Insurance, it further allows the Division of Insurance to promulgate rules. I'm sorry, but when we empower the government to further promulgate rules outside of this building, that should be the exception and not the norm. But we have a tendency of making that the norm. The Division of Insurance has demonstrated a bias, quite frankly, against sharing in the past through consumer advisories issued that sought to warn consumers about the dangers of healthcare sharing. Here's an example. Consumer Advisory, Division of Insurance, cautions Coloradans. And it starts out and it says, as open enrollment for the individual plans, meaning not from an employer, continues, the Colorado Division of Insurance, part of the Department of Regulatory Agencies, is again alerting consumers about the risks of healthcare sharing programs or ministries. You've got a department of the state further emphasizing what we heard from the sponsor today, that these are nefarious actors, and in committee it was offered that there was disinformation or misinformation. I can't recall the specific word, but either way I think we get to the same point, that these healthcare sharing networks operate under. There isn't misinformation, there isn't disinformation. And how do we know this? Well, we heard from witnesses. One of the witnesses actually spoke to the level of transparency and how I think they've had 4 children. They have utilized the healthcare sharing for purposes of all 4 births within their families, and have now gotten to the point where they know exactly what things would be covered and what things aren't. They know if they need to go to an urgent care center, what urgent care center would be covered and which ones wouldn't. It has actually made them far more fiscally responsible, and this demonstrates the level of transparency that these approximate 50,000 members of the state, or folks in the state of Colorado, as they look at what are they going to do about their health care coverage or the ability to access assistance in paying for necessary health care. 1269 seeks to redefine healthcare sharing as unlicensed health insurance because the Division of Insurance is fundamentally opposed to what sharing actually is. And I think this is the point that we have tried to make throughout the entire debate that we've had here. And that is that communities of believers sharing their burdens with each other in accordance with their faith. Galatians 6:2 spoke specifically about that. In the role, how many folks look to their faith and Scripture. And specifically, one more time, it says Galatians 6:2, carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. But now we're going to offer a chilling effect on folks who are otherwise looking to exercise their firmly held religious beliefs. The bill requires healthcare sharing entities, including religious ministries, to file absurdly detailed disclosures of everything from their organizational chart to publicly naming nearly every vendor they work with, from accountants to IT vendors. We heard from witnesses that said that they could only point to 30 complaints. 30 complaints, and we estimate that there's 50,000 people covered by this. I offered a math outcome, a percentage. I think I said 0.0006. I stand corrected. It is 0.06. I was getting an assist from the floor. But that's not even 1%, members. And yet here we have policy to impact 50,000 people when there's been 30,000 complaints. I would argue with 30,000 complaints, it's actually working quite well. But here is something that would offer in 1269 that's a direct impediment. We've offered amendments to try and refine a little bit of what was here. Everything has been rejected. I'll emphasize what I've said before and what other members have had. I think that there is a violation of constitutional rights, specifically within 1269, and very specifically I would urge those in the faith community to take a look at 1269 and pursue legal remedy, because if it does happen to pass here today, if it passes through the General Assembly, that will be your only recourse. And so, members, I urge a no vote on 1269. It's failed twice before. It needs to fail a third time. Thank you for your time.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really brief. I think we've had way more discussion than I ever envisioned. I would say the reason I brought this bill is because there are people who have been harmed when they thought they were covered for their health care, and then they were left with some pretty catastrophic bills. We are, and those folks are, some of them are finding their way to the Division of Insurance. But anecdotally, we believe that there are many, many more. This is a way to get to what's really going on. We heard a complaint from a hospital up in the mountains, in the resort areas, who treated a man for a broken leg. And he thought he was covered under a health care cost-sharing arrangement. But when the hospital went to collect, they said, no, we're not going to pay for that. We found out he had a couple drinks a couple days before. Now, we couldn't find a corresponding consumer complaint about that. And so that leads me to believe there's a lot of consumer complaints out there that just haven't been able to make their way to the Division of Insurance. I'd also point out that when we talk about the cost of health care, when our hospitals and our providers aren't getting paid, guess who gets to pay that bill? All of us. This makes our health care more expensive for everybody. We have worked with all the HCSAs that came to the table, and many of them did, and were willing to work with us. They offered amendments, and I don't know if you guys remember, it was a while back, but there were a lot are the result of that work. Not everyone was willing to work with us, but we did listen to everyone, and I thank everyone for all the suggestions and the willingness to make this work. We've heard from a number of different perspectives in committee. While there were some who said this worked for them, there were quite a few who said it didn't and had some stories of their own about how it didn't. And I know there are a number of folks who have had positive experiences, and I'm glad they have. I think that's great. But I believe that we have a duty to our constituents to at least learn the landscape of healthcare cost-sharing arrangements and to understand the impact on our total healthcare cost landscape. And that's all we're asking for in House Bill 1269, and I ask for your yes vote.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1269? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1269. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1269 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of special orders calendar until tomorrow, April 22nd.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the balance of the calendar will be laid over. The special orders calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
We have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report has under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1007 as amended, 1052 as amended, 1056 as amended, 1146 as amended, 1220 as amended, 1269 as amended, 1371 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1233 as amended, 1281, 1290, 1293, 1310, 1320, 1325, 1350, 1354, 1360, 1368, 1373. Senate Bills 79, 110, 156 laid over until April 22nd, 2022.
Do we have a calendar? For that to be on the mic. Representative Wamble. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Because the Okay, great. All the amendments that are at the desk are on House Bill 1269. So what we will do is we will go in alphabetical order, just so we can all follow along. So we will start with the Baisley Amendment, which is L037 to House Bill 1269. Mr. Shebel, please read the Baisley Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Baisley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Baisley Amendment L37 to House Bill 1269 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this ensures that what we all agreed to, that healthcare sharing is not insurance. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Baisley, do you mind just double checking and moving the amendment?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I move the Baisley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Representative Baisley. It has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for a no vote. This is a safe harbor language, and it does not protect consumers, and ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Baisley Amendment L037 to House Bill 1269. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating online, Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the Baisley Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L027 to House Bill 1269.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L27 to House Bill 1269 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the first Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly moved. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, it struck the reporting requirement that the healthcare sharing entities report any contracts with healthcare service providers. The idea here was that this is private information. It should remain private. It's not the role of the government to interfere and pull themselves up a chair to the table, so to speak. And I would urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Wantine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no details of the contracts that are asked to be disclosed, just who is contracted, and I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the first Geithner Amendment, which is L027 to House Bill 1269 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Geithner Amendment, which is L029 to House Bill 1269, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L29 to House Bill 1269 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the second Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly moved. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment strikes the reporting requirement under Roman numeral 15 that healthcare sharing entities report nearly all third-party contracts. Again, the idea here is that the government doesn't need to pull itself in a chair up to the table, so to speak, of what is happening here. And so I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Let's ensure that we are protecting privacy. Thank you.
Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again ask for a no vote.
The question before us is, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L029 to House Bill 1269. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the second Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L035 to House Bill 1269.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Geithner Amendment L35 to House Bill 1269 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the third Geithner Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly moved. Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this specific amendment was the idea here in and around religious liberty, religious affiliation, and otherwise. I firmly believe, along with a majority of the witnesses that spoke in opposition to the bill, that this bill certainly does infringe upon their First Amendment right. I think you've heard many of our members speak to the nature of a potential legal actions here. In fact, we've even heard from members of my side of the aisle who are actual attorneys. So anyways, I would urge a yes vote on this amendment, and let's preserve our First Amendment for all Coloradans.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner. Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill in no way interferes with freedom of association or freedom of religion in any way. I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the third Geithner Amendment L035 to House Bill 1269 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 30 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 3 excused, the third Geithner Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Williams Amendment, which is L043 to House Bill 1269 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment L43 to House Bill 1269 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Representative Williams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Williams Amendment. It is properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, we debated a little bit about this, but the purpose of this amendment is if I have a family member or if I have a family member that wants to help me defer healthcare costs, that they don't have to actually adhere to the regulation and components of this particular bill. I think it makes sense that if my mom is offering to cover, a $200 health care bill for my brother or myself, that she shouldn't have to report to the Division of Insurance. That just makes sense. And that's why I would ask for a yes vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another version of Safe Harbor which does not protect consumers, and I would ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L043 to House Bill 1269, which is the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Williams Amendment, L041 to House Bill 1269 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment, L41 to House Bill 1269, and show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1269 as amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Williams Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
It is properly moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, what this amendment would do is would clarify that essentially what we've been trying to discuss from the minority's perspective, that these healthcare sharing ministries are not insurance and they should not be treated as insurance. These members pay each other's healthcare costs, which that's not what insurance companies do, and therefore they should not be subject to this type of regulation. Now, if these entities do start engaging in the activity of insurance, then so be it. This bill would still be in effect, but the fact that they're not insurance means that we should not treat them as such. So I'd ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is another version of Safe Harbor, which, in addition to being anti-consumer friendly, our protection of consumers, it's also about regulation, and this bill is about reporting. So I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the second Williams Amendment, L041 to House Bill 1269 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Pico votes yes. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Cutter votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the second Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Pico, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Pico votes no. Representative Cutter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Cutter votes yes. Please close the machine. With 38 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, April 22nd.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over one day until Friday, April 22nd. That brings us to announcements and introductions. I have a quick one. Representative Lindsay will replace Representative Hoon on Energy and Environment Committee for today only. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education Committee, as soon as the ad adjournment meetings adjourn today, which who knows? Then we will start meeting. So, and then we will someday adjourn ourselves. So we are all looking forward to a very exciting afternoon. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Finance members and anyone interested in the proceedings before Finance today, friends, fans, and family of Finance, we are meeting at 2:50. So please, as soon as we adjourn, make your way to Committee Room 112.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. State Affairs is going to follow suit with Finance. 2:50. Do not pass go. Head straight to LSBA.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's that time of year. Appropriations meets at 8 a.m. tomorrow in the Old State Library. Here are the bills currently on the list, but I want to remind everyone, bills may be added to this list, so please be sure to follow your email from CGA and iLegislate. House Bill 1005, 1012, 1042, 1053, 1091, 1114, 1119, 1215, 1242, 1246, 1326, 1348, 1352, 1362, 1364, and 1003. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
HCR 1003. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture, Livestock, and Water will also meet at 2:50 or less, 5 minutes or less.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Energy and Environment, we will meet upon the adjournment of the on-adjournment committees in 271 to hear many bills. We'll see you then.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor, same announcement as Representative Valdez. Upon adjournment, I'll be in touch with the ranking member and make sure you're all notified.
Seeing no further announcements or introductions, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess till later today.